polar bears. The winner will play the winner of Utrecht Valence Frankfurt Syndicate. So I wish all the team a good, all the Sunday Club team a good tournament tomorrow, and the weather will be with us. Spectator as well. We are expecting a lot of people. We have to. I mean, so far we have more people than we expect. We have a lot of people here on site despite the weather. So guys, stay tuned and thank you for watching.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we have the one-on-one coming up this afternoon, as well as the Nations Cup for the under 19 and under. So, still got some awesome paintball coming at you here. 2015 Millennium World Cup. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
And that's done.
So we'll be fixed.
My name is Maximus Lundqvist, and I would like to introduce to you the all-new Bunker King Supreme Pack, patent-pending pod-holding technology, which allows you to use all different pod types from the smallest to the biggest, no adjustments needed. One-handed, one-step loading and unloading functionality, which is 100% strap-free. With our patent-pending pod-holding technology, these pods are not going to come out when you run. We put extra thick padding on and large friction areas to make the pack feel really good and sit on perfectly as you're running around on the field.
Nothing says hardcore paintball combat quite like pulling the pin and lobbing a paint grenade at a dug-in enemy. Safe, simple to use, and made in the USA. Timin paint grenades add an element of fun and excitement to any game or operation for recreational, scenario, and tactical paintball players. To create the Tippmann Big Boy paintball grenade, raw tubing is cut to length and a hole is generated to allow an exit flow for the paint fill and ball bearing. Next, the ball bearing is inserted into the tube and the opposite end is crimped to seal it off. Once the tube is crimped on the end, the hole made and the ball bearing inserted, the technician adds the grenade cap and folds the top end over to generate a seal. The grenade spoon is then hooked onto the cap and the two pieces are held together with the grenade's pull pin. A mechanism is then used to fill the paint grenade with 10 ounces of paint. An air pedal releases the paint into the grenade, which causes the tubing to fill. Finally, once the paint is added and the pump is shut off, the sausage crimper places a large staple on the bottom of the grenade, completing the manufacturing process. This grenade is now live and ready for packaging and play.
name is Maximus Lundqvist, and I would like to introduce to you the all-new Bunker King Supreme Pack, patent-pending pod-holding technology, which allows you to use all different pod types from the smallest to the biggest, no adjustments needed. One-handed, one-step loading and unloading functionality, which is 100% strap-free. With our patent-pending pod-holding technology, these pods are not going to come out when you run. We put extra thick padding on and large friction areas to make the pack feel really good and sit on perfectly as you're running around on the field.
We all have an inner warrior. Feel your heart pumping. Savor the adrenaline rush as you face the unexpected. Will you rise a victor or fall to defeat? Paintball promos can help you get there. The rest is up to you. Unleash your inner warrior. Feel the rush. Get your passes and head to a field near you. Check out paintballpromos.com.
So welcome back here, 2015, a Millennium World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with John Dresser from PB Nation. So right now, kind of a special treatment. I haven't been to one of these yet as far as the one-on-ones are concerned. So we're about to watch the one-on-one championship. And these guys are playing for 1,000 euros. That's a boat ton of money to win a paintball game. Of course, they have to get through multiple rounds to get there. So there's 64 men that have entered this competition. Only one is going to leave with 1,000 euros.
My favorite part is it is winner take all.
Yeah, it's winner take all too. So, oh man, this is going to be a nail biter. And also to start out the very first rounds, we're getting going here pretty soon, is Kevin Klum, who's won this one-on-one championship before from the Tauntauns. He's going to be taking on Peter Hermanowski from Paderborn Choleric. So that's going to be the first matchup. This should be pretty interesting here. And there's definitely some notable names in here, really good players that have entered this one-on-one. Carl Samuelson from Scorpions Milano, a famous player from Scandinavia. That guy can play some paintball. Kyle Spicka's in this as well. There's definitely some, and looking down this list, this is going to be a good one. I also think that, let's see, we have Tommy Tucker, Brandon Rabikoff, Tommy Tucker from Seattle Uprising as well. So yeah, this is going to be great, man. I can't wait. Nick Sloviak's in it. And you never know. You never know who's going to, it's one-on-one, you know, it's, yeah, so. And also the way the rules work too is it's a 2-minute game. And obviously, if you shoot your opponent, you win. But if you take more ground, so if the 2 minutes expires and you've taken more ground than he has, so let's say you're very aggressive and he's hiding in the back corner bunker, and you don't shoot each other, then you will progress forward if you've taken more ground.
We're going to start with Kevin Klum. He not only won last year, he also won the championship at the end of the year, where all the winners played each other.
Oh, wow. So Kevin Klum probably, starting it off and the favorite. So, I mean, if Peter Hermanowski steps up right now, he can knock the favorite out. I mean, you have to give Kevin Klum to be the favorite of this whole thing, regardless of who else is in here. Because I didn't see Nick Laval in here, who's won 2 already. So,
Or Oliver Lang.
yeah, Oliver's not in it.
No Ryan.
No Ryan. Alex Gray from Seattle Uprising is also in it, and he's a baller for sure. So is Kevin Klum on the left-hand side from the Tauntauns, who played very well, and they will be playing Edmonton Impact in the quarterfinals tomorrow morning. And he's taking on Peter Hermanowski. So we're about to get going here.
So the objective is to either shoot your opponent or hit the buzzer at your opponent's start station, or simply take more ground if you are
So here,
no one's shot.
so on the breakout again, only 2 minutes to work with. So both players deciding to start at that back center, and that is not a big bunker. That's a terrible gunfighting spot. So it looks like, and they're going to continue to gunfight from there. Let's see who's going to be the first to move. You can tell Kevin Klum's definitely, he's up on his feet, whereas Peter Hermanowski is down on his knees. So, that's not the best way. But with that small bunker, John, I mean, you kind of got to get as low as possible. And I think Peter looks a little bit bigger than Kevin. Kevin trying to get a shot on Peter as Peter makes his way out, and Kevin was able to shoot Peter when he makes his move. So Kevin Klum advancing the favorite in this event. Right away, getting a good shot on Peter, so he will be advancing to the next round.
We're going to play the full 32 games today, and that'll get us all the way through the first round of the first 64 players. And then tomorrow, the second round, and then it's not until the third round that teams will play, or that players will play more than one game to see who advances.
Yeah, right now it's one and done. You either win that first one or you're out. So a lot on the line here in the first round. It's pretty crazy. I mean, one-on-ones, you definitely don't want to avoid getting locked in a snap shooting battle, that's for sure. So here we go. This is Vincent Vanarek and Baptiste Guerry. Vincent on your left and Baptiste on your right. Now Vincent making a big move all the way out towards the snake side. Snake traditionally not where you want to be going unless you're real small to be playing a one-on-one, but he completely lost him. Nice work by Vincent. So untraditional strategy going towards the snake side, though that is the right-handed side from that particular position. So Baptiste just completely dropped the ball and lost Vincent and got smoked cross field.
I'm a little surprised to see that somebody wanted to go to the snake, but I think you're completely right that it's all about being right-handed, and that player wanted to keep playing right-handed.
Yeah, so, and we may see that. I mean, obviously most of these players that play, and if you're playing tournament paintball, you obviously want to be ambidextrous, but still, even though a lot of guys can shoot with their left, they still feel more comfortable with their right, and vice versa if you're left-handed. So, but that was a nice work by Vincent to go all the way to snake 1 and get that crossfield shot. So next up, we have Felix Anthony from Joe Bar Pelisson and Graham Arnold from Seattle Uprising. So
I think we're going to skip a couple here, so let's see if we can figure out who.
Hold on a second. John, continue real quick. I'm going to get some information.
No worries. We're going to try and figure out who is playing, because they're going to skip a couple rounds. The way it works is some of these players are still playing on teams. So instead of them missing out completely, they can delay their game. So we're just trying to figure out who's taking the field now.
So right now it's Matthew Bellascon from Resistance Tours on your left, and Adrien Le Morfond from Mafia Family Mentz. So we skipped a couple rounds here because they want to be able to get everyone in.
And not just that, but they don't want to penalize people that are still playing.
Yeah, so right now, Matthew, I'd say definitely in the disadvantage because it looks like Adrien has progressed much farther up the field. And again, if you take ground, so on the right-hand side, Adrien, much more ground he's taken, so. And at the end of the 2 minutes, that's how it works. If you can't shoot the other guy out and you've taken more ground, then you emerge the victor in this round 1. Yeah, so only 60 seconds left. 1 minute left. So if you're Matthew right now, definitely want to be taking some ground. That's on the left-hand side. Matthew on the left, Adrien on the right. And here goes Matthew now moving up. But Adrien counters that past the 50-yard line.
Oh, Matthew's lost him.
Well, now with 20 seconds left, he almost might want to think to, look, put that guy in and go. You know the situation here. You need to take ground. So on the left-hand side, Matthew getting locked in this gunfight, and then he gets taken out. So not only did Adrian take the ground, but also actually ended up winning and actually shoot him out. So nice job by Adrian.
I think he felt the pressure there. I think he knew that he had to take ground. He was going to lose and tried to fight a little bit too much. I'd be interested to see if we see a repetition of that first round where both players try and play that cone for an extended period of time. I was really surprised to see that, and I'd be surprised if it happens much more.
Yeah, well, that bunker is so small. I'd maybe stop there and immediately try to get out.
That's exactly. That's why I was surprised to see both players stay. Who do we have, Matty?
We have Abel Tarandek from Vision and Dorian Malavanich from Vision as well. So 2 teammates playing each other right now. Abel on the left and Dorian on the right.
Dorian takes it.
Dorian took the victory or took the shot?
No, Dorian got hit, sorry.
Okay, so it's going to be Abel moving forward.
That left hand seems to be winning all but one so far, right?
Yeah, it does look like the left-hand side is winning the majority of the points.
We finally have the sun coming out, too.
Yeah, so now moving forward, let's see if we can read the name over here and make sure we're all locked up on it. Yeah, I think that is. No.
I don't see an opponent yet on the right.
Yeah, so this is Anthony Burrow, and he's going to be taking on Darren Simon from Amsterdam Heat.
Who does Anthony play for?
Anthony plays for Tranimus Nimes. You did that to me on purpose. Here you go. You're up, bro.
That's not fair.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. You're going to do the second half. You're going to do page 2.
Page 2 is shorter, right?
Slightly. But yeah,
Man.
tons of games. And he's waiting for his opponent, but
We'll see how long they wait. They got to play a lot of games today to get through all 64 players.
yeah, I mean, they're going to, if everyone was here, it would go by quick. But that's the situation, you have this one-on-one that's stuck in the middle of a tournament that's going on. So, and that's why they allow you to be able to skip your turn on this official schedule here. But as long as you get here by the end, because they might be playing a game over there.
And that's actually one of the cool things about the Millennium is there are lots of little side events. There was laser tag over there. There's some volleyball over there. There's the one-on-one. There was the target shoot yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So lots of different things going on besides the 5-man tournament, or besides the 5-on-5 X-Ball tournament.
Yeah, well, it's the World Cup, and the World Cup on both sides of the pond here. It's an experience. It's definitely an experience. So it looks like Simon has showed up. Probably just came off from, Amsterdam Heat played not too long ago, so we know what Darren Simon was doing. Probably drinking beers in the beer garden. That's another thing you can do here at the Millennium. So now it's Anthony versus Darren Simon. So Anthony Burrow on your left, and Darren Simon from Amsterdam Heat on your right. Oh, looks like Darren Simon was able to get the shot in on him. Got shot in his leg as he tried to get out there towards the snake side of the field.
That was a whole lot of waiting just for 10 seconds of paintball.
Yeah, it was. Thanks, Darren. Made us wait for you, and then you roll out and pretty much get your first shot in. Well, first stream almost.
Who do we have next?
So next, if we're following the schedule, it's going to be Benjamin Bonoy from Marseille Icon against Daniel Baroness.
Icon, a local French team here.
Mm-hmm. From Parabon Choleric. There's a couple guys from that team in here.
Nice.
Yeah, so Daniel on your right-hand side and Benjamin on your left. You can see there Daniel making a move out towards the D side of the field. That, to me, is a better one-on-one side of the field and right-handed for him. Now he switches, tries to make him lose him. I think he did.
Oh, he
completely lost him.
He could have kept going.
And he picked it back up. Now moving towards the snake side. But Daniel definitely playing the aggressor and, look, one-on-one, you don't want to get locked in these snapshot battles. That's how you make it a low percentage play. High percentage play is to do exactly what Daniel did.
Oh.
Yeah, so Daniel taking it.
Daniel was moving better. He was the bigger guy, but he kept moving and kept getting lost. I like to see when the bigger guys win. Seriously, it's one of the things in paintball that's fun is that all different body sizes can play, and that gun shooting 200 miles an hour, that's a big equalizer.
Well, the gun is the great equalizer. You know, that's why females can play, males, big, small, old, young, doesn't really matter. So Steve Pearson on your right-hand side, left-hand side, and Joseph Pavlik from Vision on your right-hand side. So Steve on the left, Joseph on the right.
And finally, both players going towards the Dorito side.
Yeah, both players going towards the Dorito side, which means that Steve's playing left-handed right now against the right hand of Joseph.
For a lot of these players, that's not a big disadvantage. I'm right-handed, but I infinitely prefer playing left.
It depends. Running and gunning looks like taking that with Steve Pearson. Steve Pearson takes that one. I like gunfighting better left-handed, but if I'm going to run and gun, I still prefer my right hand.
I would do everything left-handed given a choice.
Well, that's an interesting, but you are right-handed, right?
But I am right-handed.
But you trained yourself to do it the right way, left-handed.
That's exactly what it was.
The correct way, I mean.
For years, anytime I shot a gun that wasn't at a person, anytime target range, chronoing, anything, I made sure it was left-handed until the point that my left hand got better than my right.
That's a smart way to do it. So now, right now, it looks like we have Guillermo Martinez versus Wesley Rowan. Ooh, Wesley slipping and falling on your right, coming out, going towards that D side. Guillermo. Actually, no, I think they skipped it. I think that, because I think there's Weidman over here on your left.
We'll see if we can figure out if they skipped a game or two.
No, they definitely could have, because the next one up is, it's got to be Wesley Rowan and Guillermo Martinez. Maybe Guillermo is wearing someone else's jersey. Oh, he's dumping a ton of pods.
But he's not further down the field.
Makes a move all the way to the snake.
What's interesting about this one-on-one is they're actually allowing coaching to the sidelines.
So I'm pretty actually, that looks like it says Wyman on his back, so I'm going to go with this is David Wyman. But that does not look like Carl Samuelson.
Oh, he is going all the way for it.
And he got it.
Well, both hit the buzzer.
Yeah, but who hit it first is the question. Now that it's Wesley Ronan over there. Yeah, so it's Wesley versus Guillermo Martinez. So who won it, though? Who got it first is the question.
I think, is he signaling on the left?
Well, the referees are going to have to talk this one out because they both went for it at the same time. Yeah, so we'll find out here. So we're getting about a quarter of the way through this one-on-one battle so far, and that was definitely Wesley Rowan out there.
Do we see which side took it?
Couldn't tell which side took it first. So now Carl Samuelson's going to come out, and I thought would be playing Wyman, but maybe Guillermo Martinez used Wyman's jersey. Either that or they got it mixed up, one of the two. That's definitely Carl Samuelson out there from Scorpion Milano, one of the best players from up in Scandinavia.
That's Samuelson there on the right. And Carl Samuelson on the right. Both players mirrored up. Samuelson tall and be able to actually play over the top of that tall cake, and he takes the point. Next up, we have Thomas Hanch and Alexandre Gomez, we believe. We're going to find out in a second, see if we can read some jerseys here.
Was it Carl Samuelson took that one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Carl's definitely one of the favorites here for sure.
He's not a short guy. He actually shot him over the top of the cake.
So now it looks like Thomas Hench and Alexander Gomes. So Gomes on your right and Thomas Hench on your left.
And again, people not playing that cone anymore. Even though the cone's the back center and the closest bunker, People instantly wanting to bump out and not get stuck there.
Which is definitely risky, but that is such a terrible bunker for a one-on-one. The snake and that bunker are worst bunkers on this field.
Do you remember playing those?
One-on-one.
Do you remember playing those cones 10, 15 years ago?
Well, when they first brought out cones like that, they were laid down sideways on the ground, and they were terrible then. And I'm not a fan now. It's small. It's tough to play that spot.
I think they played them both ways. I think sometimes they were upright then too.
They did for a couple years, but that was much later.
Okay.
So taking a little bit more ground there on the left and kind of stuck down in on his knee. You don't really ever want to go down on your knee when you're in a one-on-one situation. That's the style you need to leave for a full paintball game where it's 5-on-5. You want to be able to move. When you're in a one-on-one, got to make the other guy move. You get locked in these gunfight battles, and that's the low percentage play in a one-on-one situation.
Especially in this style of one-on-one where you get rewarded for moving down the field. It's even more important to be mobile, to be on your feet, to be ready to counter. And as we saw that with that previous one-on-one, it came down to a foot race for the buzzer to see who would win.
So now pushing to the center, Alexander, and able to get the shot in right on his loader. So nice work. Took the ground and dropped the shot in on him.
And he did it from his knee after we told him not to.
Yeah.
Oh, I see a GI hoodie.
So I think that is Cena.
It looks like Cena. But
we didn't.
But he's not on our list.
Yeah, but Cena's not on the list. So
should we just call that Cena?
Yeah, that's Cena. So Cena Azmured on your left.
Cena is the one that does the Impact series and also helps with the webcast and pretty much anything filming for GI.
Well, Cena might be taking Scott Graham's spot from Montreal Image, because Montreal Image is a GI factory team. So Cena deciding to stay in that back bunker and then moving out.
Cena on the left in the red GI hoodie.
Now pushing here towards the snake side. Looks over the top. Cena's done really well in these one-on-ones. I think he took second at one of them last year, second or third.
I didn't think he made it quite that far, but yeah.
I think he did. I'm pretty sure he did.
He advanced a couple
Maybe
rounds.
Top 4. So Cena definitely playing the aggressor over here as far as the gunfight is concerned. A little bit more ground, though, on the opposite side of the field. So Cena against Cena in the red GI hoodie on the left.
Cena actually had a chance to play professionally with Texas Storm right when his brother got picked up. But at that point, he stepped back a little bit and started filming more and more.
Uh-oh, looks like his gun just went down, though. Yeah, he's shaking it. Yeah, there's not much you can do in that situation, so he's messing with his gun. It's down to a minute. No, it's back working again. So now Cena gun back up, but
not as far down the field.
Yeah, not as far down the field, but he knows that, so he's going to move up. Moves to the big stall cannon. Oh, and he gets shot as he tries to get cross field.
And again, this is single elimination for the first round. So he is done. If you lose here, you go home.
Yeah, so we're trying to see where we are on a list and keep you guys updated with the correct names. Doing the best we can up here. Because again, because this event is happening, here comes Kyle Spica. So it's going to be Melvin Helsloot, and he's going to be playing Kyle Spica from Dynasty / ML Kings Prague. So Spica on your right, definitely going to be one of the favorites here, particularly the way that Spica has been playing at this event.
He has been incredible, and playing not in his traditional spot. He's playing way further back in the field.
And so Spica going to peel off Melvin and advance to the next round.
In the past, I've definitely heard people think that players are on pro teams because they know somebody, but
Nope.
The fact is
that is not it at all. Maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago, but not anymore.
Every pro team in the world is looking for players, and if you are better than half their guys, they want you.
Yeah, if you're not a horrible human being and you are good at shooting people with a paintball gun, you can get on the team. There's nothing to do with who you know. That may get you in the door. That may get you the tryout, but all right, so it looks like we have Thomas Mark on the left-hand side and Dennis Winks.
But our point with that is that the pro players that we know have won every single one-on-one so far.
So that was definitely a gutsy play to put your head. You never want to put your head down and run across in a one-on-one situation if you can avoid it.
A gutsy play to go to a terrible bunker, but he makes it out right away. Oh, he lost him.
Yeah, so Dennis Wanks over here.
Oh, they both
the
lost
right-hand
each other.
side.
They're both shooting at the wrong bunkers.
Yeah, but a lot more ground taken by Thomas Mark on the left-hand side of your screen. And again, no, he gets a crossfield shot, so Wanks is going to progress forward. It does not always pay to be the aggressor. You know, that's only if the time expires. And, you know, look at this coming up in a couple rounds. Again, depending on who's here, because as these other games are going on in the different divisions, if you miss your spot within the context of the one-on-one tournament, as long as you can get here by the end of the last one-on-one,
You still get to play.
still get your spot.
But we got a good match coming up.
Yeah, Nick Sloviak and Brandon Rabikoff. But first up, Ulrich Scharf and Natural Wellen. So Wellen on your left and Scharf on your right. And we've seen this now, it looks like, I'd say more than 50% of the time, both players are heading towards that D side of the field.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame them either. To me, that's a much better side of the field.
Getting stuck on the snake side seems scary. It seems like you can't get down the field. It seems like it's an easy way to get stuck.
The center is legit too, though. That was a lot of bunkers to work with. Huge bite all the way over as Schnarf comes all the way over. And I think he might have got clipped. The referee's going to come over. No, he's still alive. So that was a big bite, but he was able to make it out clean.
It's generally not a good move in a one-on-one to turn your back to your opponent. But that's exactly what he just did. And made it through it.
Well, he can, you know, hey, sometimes you got to put your head down and run and get through an open lane and get as fast as you can. It paid off.
We'll see if it paid off.
But but it's also, again, on this snake side, tough to gunfight
Oh,
out of
and he
spots.
wins. So it did pay off.
So nice job by Ulrich. Risky, though.
Risky to
Very
say the
risky.
least.
So now next up, Nick Sloviak going to be taking on Brandon Rabikoff. This should be a good one. Brandon Rabikoff, the younger brother of a star from Edmonton Impact, Justin Rabikoff, and the youngest son of Steve Rabikoff, our co-host up here.
Brandon's going to be on the right-hand side and Nick on the left. Nick in the blue mask. Oh, both wearing blue masks? Nick in the blue jersey.
Yeah, Brandon Rabikoff representing Montreal Image here. Plays for DC Devastation back in the States. And out in Europe, Nick Sloviak representing for GK Paris.
And back in the States playing for 187.
Yeah, Nick's been on a lot of top teams. You know, was a captain on Aftershock and helped get them back into the winner's circle. And then they're Rochambeauing right now. So these two players very familiar with each other. So who's going to take it? Nick Sloviak, Brandon Rabikoff.
Oh, Nick's switching sides to go to the snake, towards the snake side.
So Nick guns up, right-handed. Brandon also going right-handed towards that D side. Nick Sloviak staying gunned up out in the center. Now again, you don't have to get right up on a bunker. That's another mistake players like. Look how close Brandon is on that bunker. In a one-on-one, you want to play the bunker, don't let the bunker play you. There's no one else you're hiding from. It's just one person.
We used to call it tree walking.
Yeah, and you can back up off that bunker a little bit. So Brandon, you see he has to bring his gun up and over the top of that, whereas Nick is off of that bunker a little bit. So Nick looking like a little bit right now, a little more seasoned one-on-one player than Brandon.
But the disadvantage being if you ever lose the body, then you might be out in the open real fast.
So Nick might have lost Brandon. Nick moved up a bunker to try to get that crossfield a little bit better angle. And pretty even as far as ground taken. So Nick just over the top of his bunker right now.
Brandon just in Dorito 1.
So under a minute to play. We haven't seen one go to time yet, though.
Nope, we've seen him go to buzzer, but not time.
Yeah, that was probably the most exciting one that we've seen out here so far.
It was not the fastest foot race I've seen out here, but...
Definitely not.
Oh, did he hit him? It looks like he's hitting his left shoulder. Yep, Nick won that one. But it came down to the final seconds.
Did he get the shot in on him?
Yeah, look at Brandon's left shoulder, if he turns again.
Yeah, because I don't think a full minute expired, but if a minute expired, Brandon would have won it.
Exactly. Brandon was going to try and get more ground, but I think Nick hit him.
Yeah, because I saw Nick calling a shot cross field. That doesn't necessarily mean that he got the shot, but he was calling the shot.
Nick's one of those people I believe more often than not about calling the shot. There's some players that we all know that we don't believe anymore because they think they shot everybody every time they pull the trigger.
So now, looks like we have Philip Schammel from the Bandit Wells and Jumer Fier-Fort on the right-hand side.
Oh, ugly dive into the Dorito, but he makes it.
Yeah, so this is definitely Schwemmel over here on the left-hand side of your screen. And Fier-Fort over on the right-hand side. Both about even here as far as ground taken. And that's a big bunker that Schammel has to work with. Now Schwemmel going up to the center.
Oh, closing the distance, getting in the M.
So now past the 50-yard line, Fier-Fort. And now Schammel, both these players now in a situation where they could go for the buzzer. And Schrammel's going to completely commit, and he gets shot in the back, though.
Oh,
attempting to run for the buzzers. Got to be careful on that one. Like where his head's at, but you can't.
I like where his head was at getting over there,
but he committed too early.
Yeah, he should have let the game progress a little bit longer, let the other guy get nervous that he wasn't nearly as close to the buzzer.
Mm-hmm. So now next up we have Morello, Edward Morello, and he's going to be taking on Daniel Haas from German U19. And
Haas on the left.
It doesn't look like Morello has a team. It's blank here, so I'm not sure who he's here representing.
But that's pretty cool that somebody that doesn't have a team can come play the one-on-one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Potentially even win it.
Hey, there's 1,000 euros on the line right now. So on the breakout, Morello choosing to go towards that D side, and staying in the center is Haas. Haas up over the top, playing a similar bunker to Nick Sloviak.
Haas on the left, Morello on the right.
So now Haas all the way up to the 50-yard line, going to the center. There's a lot to work with in there. And now going to commit past the 50. But also Morello off of that, and look at that. It looks like Haas was able to get that shot in on Morello. So now it's going to be Neil Phillips and Lucas Ripochet. Now, Lucas Ripochet is one of the best players on Outraged Valence, and they're playing well. So
nice.
And he's a snake player for them, and definitely impressed us here in the prelim. So I mean, I've never heard of Neil Phillips.
He plays on London Tigers too.
Yeah, so just knowing how well we saw Lucas represent out here. So Lucas on the right-hand side, number 4, against Neil Phillips. So Neil on the left, Lucas on the right. Ooh, looks like Lucas might have blew a ball up right when he turned his gun around. Breaking paint one-on-one is terrible, but he didn't have the swab yet, so. Now, Neil Phillips launching. Oh, referee down, and he's back up.
Yeah, when your gun breaks paint, or worse yet, goes down in a one-on-one is the absolute worst.
Wait, and then Cena had a problem with that.
But he got it back up.
Yeah, he did get it back up. And he didn't lose his composure either, so.
Nope, he kept watching, kept messing with it without looking at the gun.
So Phillips trying to find Lucas right now. Lucas just going Dorito to Dorito, now cuts back towards the center. Phillips has no idea where Lucas is. Lucas gets a drop in on him.
Oh.
And now Lucas is all over the place. This is what I'm talking about. This is how you play a one-on-one. He is just keeping Phillips guessing back and forth. Phillips has no idea now still. And Lucas now launching to try to get the drop. Another referee falls over. Phillips might have got a shot on him. Did he? Couldn't see who won that.
It's the player that started from the left, from the London Tigers 2, took that one.
Wow, so even though Lucas had him on his heels, he ended up getting shot out. You could see him shaking his head there a little bit. But I did like how he was playing the one-on-one. He just ended up, not going his way because he did finally get locked in that gunfight. And, hey, good job by Phillips, though, to keep his head on his swivel.
Hey, we'll see one of my teammates on the left here. I played with Zane, that is starting from the left-hand side.
And Alex Gray from Portland Uprising, an up-and-coming player. Definitely seen Alex Gray play some good paintball before.
Yep, Zane got a hard draw right away. We'll see if he can win.
Alex Gray on the right, coming from the States, from Seattle Uprising, and Zane from, what was the team you played on?
Indecence de Fro. Maybe. They explained the team name to me. They were like, indecent, like sex, drugs, and rock and roll. They were like, we're like Vikings, we drink. I was like, I'm in.
Well, Alex Gray pushing Zane in right now. So Zane still close up on that bunker.
Oh, I think Zane lost that one.
Nice work by Alex Gray pushing up on the D side.
Zane lost it with a hopper hit.
So now coming out next, Sebastian Motter from Vision PC or PPC Grenoble against Dmitry Ivanov.
Again with no team. I think that's awesome. Come out, play a one-on-one, even though you weren't here with a team, see if you can win 1,000 euros.
So Dmitry on your left, Sebastian on your right. And conservative for Dmitry, staying, kneeling down in that back center. Again, not a great gunfighting spot.
Not a great gunfighting spot and kneeling. And shooting with his right hand out the left side. Oh, no, he switched.
So Sebastian definitely taking a little bit more ground, but not much, because Sebastian also hasn't really gone very far. And now Dmitry making move up just one bunker. So pretty conservative one-on-one play for both these players. No one risking very much on any sort of movement, just choosing to gunfight now. Sebastian making a couple moves down the D side of the field. Dmitry still picks him up. Dmitry's doing a good job of keeping his eye on him.
I love it. It's a fair amount of spectators, too, watching the one-on-one.
So now down to under a minute. And it looks like Dmitry got the shot. So he will be advancing. So we're moving through these games, only a few left.
And again, Dmitry with no team here advancing to the second round. Oh, we have a player from Amsterdam Heat coming up next.
It's going to be Adam Lamari and Ruben Van Massacre. That's an awesome paintball name. Ruben Van Massacre.
Even if we're saying that right, that's how we're saying it.
Yeah, even if that's not really your name and you're a paintball player, you
that's
should
your name
go by
now.
that. That should be your nickname. Actually, no, I think we're moving on because looks like we got a bad, well, it says bad girls. It looks like a female out there to me. And
sometimes it's hard to tell with these big jerseys.
Yeah, you never know in the jerseys, but it does says bad girls.
Fair enough.
Potentially on her arm.
Do we have a player coming up from the bad girls, though?
Nope. Bad boys. But then Marieke Hogarden
with
Overgeen. I think
no
that,
team.
Yeah, with no team. That might be, oh, it took a hit on the leg right there. Nope, still alive.
We might not figure it out until the next two players come up.
Yeah, because Tommy Tucker's in the next round, so if it is Marieke, then we'll know if Tommy Tucker's here.
We'll recognize Tommy Tucker from Portland Uprising. Oh!
And she takes the victory. So advancing on.
Oh, this looks like Tommy Tucker walking out.
Yeah, so that was Marieke.
Complete with his World War I pants?
No, he's just bringing some
style
back. Yeah, he's bringing style back into the game. Tommy Tucker, the leader from Seattle Uprising on your right-hand side, who won the last event at the NXL in semi-pro, and taking on Kevin Bachman from Paint School of Eckrig.
Tommy bumping out of that center cone right away.
I've seen Tommy play some good paintball in the past. He's a good player, so.
He played with Seattle Thunder some. He's played with Uprising because that is his team through the NPPL and the PSP and now the NXL. Yeah, he's a good little player.
Kevin Bachman choosing to stay on your left-hand side in that little tiny back bunker right at the start gate and not really putting any pressure on Tommy. Tommy, although also not getting any pressure put on him, deciding to stay in that stand-up can. So neither ground taken by either one of these players. And Tommy Tucker on your right, Kevin on your left.
This is a different kind of one-on-one. Usually, it's unusual to reward players for taking ground, so I like these rules. I like it that there's a winner and a loser every single time.
Well, it does force the players to actually try to make something happen instead of just trying to gunfight from their spot. So looks like Tommy Tucker able to get that shot in on Kevin Bachman, who never made a move out of that back bunker. And again, that's a bad spot to be in. You don't want to spend the entire 2 minutes there trying to gunfight your way out of a bad bunker.
Kevin wasn't exactly trying to gunfight. He tried to outweight him.
So next we have Romain Pouzet from Icon and Teo from Ballistic Shock Laverno. So Mateo on your right, Romain on your left.
Does his jersey say guest? That's pretty cool.
So again, both players deciding to stay
Oh.
in that back bunker, and
That looked
referees
like
are gonna
that hit.
run in. So
I guess there's no disadvantage for
I was
continuing
just-
to play. You can't one for one him.
I was going to say the same thing. Mateo took a hit, kept blazing away. There's no penalties in one-on-one. There's no one else to pull. So, and if you get shot, you're out anyway. So now just 4 more games here in this first round of the one-on-one championship. Again, €1,000 at stake. And some of the favorites moving on. Nick Sloviak defeating Brandon Rabkov. Kevin Klum advanced.
I think all the favorites have moved on.
I think you're right. Kyle Spica has also advanced as well. Carl Samuelson from Scorpions Milano. Pablo Mars from ML Kings is coming up at the very last bracket. So right now, Ivano Cruz, or Evo Cruz on your left-hand side, and Michael Agregard from Ugly Ducklings.
Ugly Ducklings, an old pro team.
Been around for a long time.
They've bumped down, but it would be cool to see them back in the pro division.
So Michael moves up a little bit, and same on the left-hand side of your screen with Evo Cruz. Evo Cruz now heading all the way to the 50. Evo Cruz taking it.
And celebrating.
He should. He's that much closer to winning €1,000.
Like I said, I like these little side events. I think this is fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wasn't sure how it would go, but it's been fun to watch. It's fun to see that the crowd's there, the sun's come out. Today's turning around.
Yeah, absolutely. Other than me butchering everyone's names.
Yeah, apologies for that.
Yeah, I would definitely apologize. Doing the best we can. So, now David Hackbarth from Rebirth Berlin taking on De Jong.
Yeah, anybody that knows any of these players, feel free to use how we're pronouncing their names as their permanent nickname going forward.
Hey, it's worked for some of the Tauntauns. Though I have to say, you know, we've done this many years where the Tauntauns will give me crap about pronouncing their names, but then I'm like, yeah, but you guys butcher my name too. My name is not pronounced Mate Marshall, you know, like that's not how it's said. But I'm okay with that because I feel your pain.
Yep. The ref's yelling at him that he already won.
Yeah, that was Maximum over here from Gold Coast. Looks like taking that victory here against Sima Brala from Scorpions Milano, plays in the SPL.
Scorpions Milano possibly being a pro team next year.
Yeah, they have some awesome players on that team. I mean, I played with some of the guys that the Scandinavian guys that play on that team. It's like 4 Scandinavians and 1 awesome Italian player. So,
But isn't it an Italian team?
it is an Italian team, but
Less and less Italians.
yeah, well, you know, if you want to get good players on your team, pick them up from wherever you have to. It's all about winning, right? Well, and having a good time.
And having a good time.
And it looks like he did a shot in. Oh no, he took the victory. So that was De Jong, who also plays on Bad Boy Os, which is an SPL team.
Yeah, the funny part is he didn't see the other player leave. He looked down to reload and looked back up, and he'd already won.
So this is the really tall, almost 7-foot player from ML Kings.
There are 2 of them. They're brothers that both play on ML Kings.
This is Pavel Mars.
Yeah.
Taking on John Brackmo.
Oh, telegraphing that he's going to run out this way. Oh,
gave
tricking
him
it up.
Gave him the he faked him out.
Fakes me out.
So Pavel coming up here in the center on the right-hand side of your screen. Brackmo on your left, John Brackmo.
This is the last known one-on-one game, but we might have a couple where players we skipped over. So we'll have to find that out after this match. Oh, Mars taking a lot of ground as he got lost in those Doritos.
Yeah, so Pavel took that one. Came down the D side, was able to get a shot in on him.
That was sneaky.
All right, so that's it for the. There's definitely could be a couple more here because again, if somebody got skipped while this was going down, as long as they show up
Before
by
the
the end
end.
of this, before the end of the first round, they allow you to play your round.
And this is the end. So anybody that got skipped, this is their last chance to make it here.
And there was a couple of them, and we had a big group of skips, pretty much after the first 2 rounds. Because I don't think we saw Graham Arnold take on Felix Anthony, because we went right from Vincent and Baptiste all the way to the 11th and 12th ranked or seeded people. So there's definitely a couple rounds here.
But we also busted through these games. I didn't expect these to go nearly that fast. If somebody had a game that started right at the beginning of this, they might still be playing.
Don't you see anyone taking the field?
I see somebody trying to come on the right. But I'm not sure if his opponent's here on the left. So we're getting word that we will have a couple more one-on-one matches. The players are coming now. We will see who comes out.
Yeah, and the stand's starting to fill up too. Yeah, and the sun has definitely come out here. Beautiful. You can see the castle and so that the castle's dead center of your screen to the top, not the huge
That's
castle.
that's not the castle. That's the stables.
No. That's what I was. Let me finish, man. Come on. So on the left-hand side, the big castle-looking structure. That's not castle. That's not castle. That's stables for horses. We're here at the Hippodrome. We're actually in the middle of a horse race track, and the castle, dead center of your screen, up at the top. You can't really tell how amazing it is from here because we're pretty far away, but it's this is the most picturesque site. I mean, I've played at stadiums before, played in stadiums before. This is the most ridiculously nice layout I've ever seen for a paintball tournament.
Did you hear what Max said? He said that stable was built for 10 horses.
Oh my God. So what rich king built that? I mean,
It's pretty nuts.
That's incredibly impressive.
And just the town.
The opulence. The opulence.
The opulence of paintball.
Yeah.
But the towns around as well. There are some amazing cathedrals and amazing little towns, some picturesque scenery to say the very least.
Yeah, and Chantilly's a nice little town. There's tons of great restaurants to eat at.
I have not had bad food yet.
Yeah, old little tiny streets, cobblestone. Nice people.
And possibly the best food I've ever had at a paintball tournament here.
Well, it looks like I think we might have the last players to go here. One of them's waiting over there. I can see. I just can't see who it is. He won't turn around.
I'm looking. Oh, it looks like one of the Uprising players is coming out.
Yeah, because I was going to say, we didn't get Graham Arnold's game out there. So Graham Arnold is going to be playing against Felix Anthony.
That guy's jersey looks like it says something longer than Anthony.
We might have his buddy's jersey on. Well, according to our schedule, Graham Arnold, and that's definitely Graham Arnold,
Yep.
going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. Supposed to be playing against Felix Anthony, but like you said,
Graham Arnold again from Portland Uprising.
and all the Uprising guys won their games so far, so a lot of pressure on Graham Arnold right now to represent. You can see, getting all the different angles for you. Got our drone up in the sky. Yeah, Alex Gray advanced from Seattle Uprising. Tommy Tucker.
I like how we have a picture of the drone. Do we have a picture from the drone?
All right, Graham Arnold ready to go. Taking on what we believe, or should at least on our schedule, be Felix Anthony. However, it looks like it says Fernandez on the back of his jersey. So on the breakout, Graham Arnold standing up. And then moving towards the snake side of the field. Losing Felix a little bit. And now Felix gunned up on Graham. Graham up top. Graham's going to put his gun down to load. They're both loading right now.
Oh!
Nice shot, Graham Arnold owned him.
Let's see if there's more.
So all 3 of the Portland Uprising players that were entered in the one-on-one ending up winning their first here in the first round.
Be fun to see if any of them draw each other.
ML Kings represented pretty well too. Kyle Spica was in here from the ML Kings and he won his first round matchup, and then Pavel Mars as well from the ML Kings. And so yeah, both of the 2 players from the ML Kings advanced.
A lot of these all these players that are on known good teams aren't there by accident. These are excellent players, and a one-on-one skill is one of the basic skills. So, and it's something that teams practice more and more.
10 seconds.
So then we have our next set, and I think this is Gardier from Renaissance and Thomas Daniel. So Thomas Daniel on your right, Garnier on your left.
Oh no, his gun's not working.
Oh, that is disaster. Nope, able to
Oh.
get back up.
Maybe. Let's see if he shoots more than one ball.
Thomas Daniel running out towards the D side. Oh, and he gets
Oh
shot.
no!
So Thomas Daniel going to take that one.
We were just talking about that. That is the worst, having a gun go down in a one-on-one.
So I think we still have yet to see Marko Markovnik and Ruben Grama.
This might be him coming on. We have a vision player, it looks like.
Yeah, this is Marko. So Markovnovic versus Gama.
10 seconds.
I like those jerseys. Those look good.
Yeah. So on the breakout, both players choosing to go towards the center, shading to the D side. Oh, and Gamma getting shot pretty much right as soon as he got there. So Marko will be advancing from vision.
They're looking for the last couple players. They don't want to skip anybody. They want to get all these games in.
Well, yeah, everyone paid their money. I think there's still maybe 2 or 3 more games that we didn't get to here in the first round of the one-on-one championship. Yeah, maybe just 1 or 2 left. Is looking through our list here.
This went so much faster than I thought it would.
Really? I was kind of expecting it to go kind of fast.
Really?
One-on-one, you only have 2 minutes, and you get paid, and to be aggressive pays off for you. So it's going to be a lot of guys forcing the issue.
I don't know, 30 games I thought would take a bit, but it has not taken long at all.
So, and also at the conclusion, we're going to have a little break here after the one-on-one, and then we're going to head in to the Nations Cup. The top 4, it's going to be the semifinals and the finals. And it's kind of interesting, too, because it's not just the Nations Cup. It's the Nations Cup for under 19 and under. So, you know, the next generation of stars.
See.
So right now we have Matthew Belznikon. Going to be taking on Adrian.
Adrian running on the field now.
Barely making it out. So, pushing up to the D side, Adrian, and pushing fairly aggressively up here on the snake side is Belznikon.
Goes into D1.
So Matthew over here on the left, Adrian on the right. And out in the open, just using that center structure, Matthew, you can see, he's using the center 50 structure, that big M bunker, to block out. It's actually pretty smart. Adrian choosing the more traditional route, going down that D side of the field, which I think, John, we agreed is probably a good choice. Even though I like that center, though.
I like the center, but it's kind of the I agree, it's the easy choice.
Yeah. Well, you're also closer to the buzzer. I mean, look at how much ground he's taken. And that is a huge, there's tons of stuff to work with in that center. In a one-on-one, though, if you're able to put your opponent in and you can get across a couple steps to the next spot, that you normally want to take that move. As we've seen Matthew put him in a couple times here, he could have come across.
I've explained paintball to people many times and just told them it's so much easier to shoot someone when they're not fighting you. So much easier to shoot them in the side. Anytime you get lost, it's a big advantage, especially in a one-on-one.
Matthew continuing to
Just
put
not.
pressure
Oh,
on Adrian.
did he start breaking some paint there?
Adrian finally able to establish. Matthew
I think
choosing
he's breaking paint.
Matthew or Adrian?
Matthew.
Yeah, so now they're just locked in that gunfight. Matthew's really close, so I don't understand this.
I think
he so close on that bunker now?
I think Matthew's breaking paint, and I think he's just trying. Yep, there he goes to squeegee.
Yeah, but still, back up off that spot. You don't need to be that close to the bunker. There's only one guy you're hiding against. I think.
What just happened there? He walked out and got shot, but were they calling the end of the game first?
I heard the buzzer go off, and then he yelled, but I couldn't tell if that was a yell of excitement and that he just won or yell in frustration. Very tough to tell.
Or a yell of "Why'd you shoot me?" after the buzzer.
Yeah, or that.
We have an unknown winner apparently on that game. Oh, 2 players came out.
So it's going to be a 2-on-1. No, just kidding. So they're going to Rochambeau to see who played. No, we can't really tell which one of these guys is going to be playing here.
I'm not sure anybody knows what's going on quite right now. Head down like he already lost.
Yes, they asked the vision player to come off the field, so I'm trying to see who this is going to be in this one. As we are now officially completely off our schedule here. So the player on the right definitely taking the advantage of getting down that Dorito side of the field, getting into D1. And the left, it's only come up 1 bunker. And now he's going to try to move up. He does. But on the right's still loading.
Playing it real similar to how Matthew did the previous game.
Yeah, it's not a bad play. Just back up off that spot a little bit.
Oh. And the player on the left gets shot. We'll see if we can figure out who that was. That vision player.
Rowan.
What's up?
He just
found
turned
him?
around so we could read his back. That was Wesley Rowan from the Illuminati.
That just won that.
Then he was taking on Guillermo Martinez. So Rowan will advance, and I think that might do it.
Well, that vision player was still waiting to play.
He was, so we might have one more.
We'll see if his opponent's made it here.
Well, I don't think we saw Scott Graham from Montreal Image, but he wasn't supposed to play anybody from Vision.
Was that the Image player that we thought Cena might have played for?
That's who we thought it was. Because when Cena came out, we were kind of getting to that spot, and we didn't see a guy from Montreal Image come out.
Oh, here's someone coming out on the left. Nope. Looks like he's just going to retrieve something.
So still waiting to hear the confirmation to see if we have finished here with the first round, the one-on-one championship here in Chantilly.
Again, we're playing all of the first round games today, and then the second round games will go up tomorrow. We're just waiting for confirmation that there are no more players ready to play today.
Yeah, the player from Vision still wants to get his match in. I can see him over here talking to the organizers.
Doesn't want to advance by default. Oh, referees are breaking ranks a little bit.
That's Milovanic.
From Vision?
Yeah, from Vision. So he's waiting to play, actually, his teammate. So you'd think would know where his teammate is. Yeah, Abel Teradek was trying to play Davorin Milovanic. They're both on the same team. So that'll make for interesting bar conversation later on tonight, depending on who wins. If he shows up. I see two Vision players down here.
So what's coming up later today, Matty?
Well, we just have the Nations Cup left.
Fantastic.
Just the Nations Cup.
And it is the finals, correct?
Quarterfinals, or semifinals and finals.
So 4 teams left.
Yeah, 4 teams left to play. And again, it's interesting because it's...
There are a couple interesting parts.
Well, again, one, it's the Nations Cup. I always love the Nations Cup. I think that's a really cool feature. And it's Norway is going to be taking on the Netherlands, and Great Britain is taking on Russia. France, who's won every one of these so far here in the Millennium Series this year, didn't make it in. They took 5th. So is it going to be Norway or Netherlands or Great Britain or Russia? Saw those teams play a little bit yesterday afternoon after the end of our broadcast, and Russia looked pretty good. So did Norway.
And this is the under 19 Nations Cup. So you have to be 19 and under, and it's also limited paint. It's the M500, so each player is limited to 2 tubes and a hopper.
Yeah, and it's in order to get there, it looked like France lost to Norway 4-2, and then Russia defeated Italy 4-2. And then it was Russia beating up on France. So France not really having a great showing here, getting beaten by Norway 4-2, and then lost to Russia 4-0. Norway defeated Italy 4-3. And then France beat Italy 4-1, but wasn't enough. Norway defeated Russia 4-0. So it's Russia, Netherlands, and then so in the other bracket, Netherlands lost to Great Britain 4-3. Germany beat up on the Swiss 4-0. Netherlands beat up on Germany 4-0. Great Britain is, wow, this is a blowout division. Great Britain beat up on the Swiss 4-0. Netherlands also defeated the Swiss 4-0, and then Great Britain beat up on Germany 4-0. So it was a bunch of, this is a crazy set of games right there. So I think that we have concluded the one-on-one here. It looks like all the players have gotten their first rounds in, and we'll have the second half. Seeing who's going to win that €1,000, and also, again, the Nations Cup coming at you in just a little bit. So thank you guys again for tuning in. This is the 2015 Millennium World Cup. I'm Matty Marshall with John Dresser. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
My name is Maximus Lundqvist, and I would like to introduce to you the all-new Bunker King Supreme Pack, patent-pending pod-holding technology, which allows you to use all different pod types from the smallest to the biggest, no adjustments needed. One-handed, one-step loading and unloading functionality, which is 100% strap-free. With With our patent pending pod holding technology, these pods are not going to come out when you run. We put extra thick padding on and large friction areas to make the pack feel really good and sit on perfectly as you're running around on the field.
inner warrior. Feel your heart pumping. Savor the adrenaline rush as you face the unexpected. Will you rise a victor or fall to defeat? Paintball promos can help you get there. The rest is up to you. Unleash your inner warrior. Feel the rush. Get your passes and head to a field near you. Check out paintballpromos.com.
Hi, my name is Maximus Lundqvist, and I would like to introduce to you the all-new Bunker King Supreme Pack, patent-pending pod-holding technology, which allows you to use all different pod types from the smallest to the biggest. No adjustments needed. One-handed, one-step loading and unloading functionality, which is 100% strap-free. With our patent-pending pod holding technology, these pods are not going to come out when you run. We put extra thick padding on and large friction areas to make the pack feel really good and sit on perfectly as you're running around on the field.
inner warrior. Feel your heart pumping. Savor the adrenaline rush as you face the unexpected. Will you rise a victor or fall to defeat? Paintball promos can help you get there. The rest is up to you. Unleash your inner warrior. Feel the rush. Get your passes and head to a field near you. Check out paintballpromos.com.
Welcome back here, 2015 Millennium World Cup. I'm here with Shelly Farmer and Maurice, and we're about to watch the Nations Cup. So last bit of paintball that's going to be played today before we get to the oh-so-important Sunday competition. So 2 games coming at you here to start it out. It's going to be Norway taking on Netherlands and Great Britain taking on Russia. And it's also kind of cool as we're looking at the rosters for these teams. And this, it's the Nations Cup, but it's just the younger players. So I think that's actually a really cool concept. And again, getting to see some of the younger players out here that could be stars, as they progress in their careers.
That's correct, Matty. I mean, obviously, I'll be a little bit biased up here, being from Great Britain.
You should be biased at this point. It's a Nations Cup, right?
And congratulations to them for being in the top 4. So this is the semi-finals here for the under-19s Nations Cup, and they have to be 19 or below to be a part of this event. So they will have to check their passports for their birthday, etc., and stuff like that. So GB, essentially, we've got a mixture of players here that do have to do tryouts. So Lucky 15s, Disruption, Tigers are all a bit of a mixture, and they're out in the field right now. And then they'll be up against Russia. Now, Russia, Tatiana, she's the Polar Bears manager. They have a strong backbone, and they have some players that have very similar surnames.
I was looking at the roster, and I was like, I think one of those guys plays for Moscow Red Legion, and potentially 2 of them, and then also Malloy's younger brother.
Yes.
So, the blood runs strong in that family.
Hey, so this will be a good matchup between Great Britain and Russia. And then also on this bracket, we have Norway versus Netherlands. Norway are the current champions, so they have players from Blast, which are SPL team, and Netherlands, the Dutch team, have players from Bad Boys Oz. So again,
are you sure? Are you sure? I thought Blast. No, last year the French won it. No.
Of course, yes. No, so Norway won the year before.
Yeah, they won the year before.
And France has been doing very well in this event until they got very well in this event this year, but ended up getting 5th, so just narrowly not able to make it in. So we're getting right here into this match. Great Britain on your left and Russia on your screen right now. So
yeah, it looks like Great Britain lost a player already.
And Russia also lost a player.
So on your screen down there, that's Jordan Latham playing Snake at the back.
Well, Great Britain does have a player pretty far up in the center, shutting down that Snake side of the field. You can see the rest of Great Britain's line there on your screen, right behind their player up in the center, shutting down that Snake side. Russia trying to gunfight. Oh, they lose 1 player, and then insert bunker on the Snake side of the field. So that's 1 body down, 4 players left alive for Russia.
Jordan Latham just gets taken there by the Snake Cake player. I'm glad Aidan Balls just switched to shoot Snake, because it doesn't seem to be anyone locking down Snake side for Great Britain.
Yeah, Snake, they were initially, but then he switched his gun now back on that side. You can see there the Russian player trying to make his way into the Snake gunfight. You can tell by his body language, gunfighting with confidence and trying to get out there. He's not able to do it. He loses his gunfight, so now nobody really on this Snake side for Russia.
Yeah, that's all down to the Coke can in the center of field. As you see there, to your left, the Great Britain player is now pushed up to the M and was taken out.
Oh, bounce shot.
So now 3 players left alive for Russia, 3 for Great Britain. And Russia trying to position, I think this might be Malloy's brother, because he's got the same body language. Yeah, it is Alexei. So Alexei Vernikov over here on the Snake side of the field, now pushing into the center, goes to the center 50. And you can see their dead center of your screen now, and directly on your screen.
Yeah, number 3, Alexei, believes Molloy's brother, and gets the final kill to win the first point for Russia.
He checks himself out and hits the buzzer. So nice, solid work. He lost some guys around him, but still maintained his composure, got a couple kills. I think at least 2 confirmed kills there for Alexei. And the buzzer is clean, and the point is good. So it's going to be 1-0 in favor of Russia. Now, next 2 set of teams coming out here is going to be Norway taking on the Netherlands.
Yeah, so the Netherlands are in the traditional color for the country in bright orange. And pretty much a couple of those lads are Bad Boys Oz 2, who play SPL 2 here in the Millennium.
And some of our favorites, Ruben the Massacre, which we always love when he plays one-on-ones.
Yeah, Ruben's playing Dorito side. Ruben, yes, made a name for himself for beating Ollie Lang in a one-on-one a couple of years ago.
Oh, so now he's grown up a little bit, still out there handling business for his country now. Looks like Netherlands and Norway both losing a body. Netherlands pushing hard, at least out wide over here on the snake side of the gate, out to that back bunker, snake side. And you're looking at Norway on your screen, try to push up here on the snake side of the field. They already have that back bunker as well.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the Norway team is pretty much Blast players, also SPL2. Blast played Bad Boy Oz this weekend, and Blast came up tops. So let's see, this might be a revenge game for the Dutch.
Well, Norway, 2 players walking off, both with goggle hits, losing gunfights.
And a third one, sorry.
Yeah, another one, Maurice, you're right, dropping on that D side of the field. And here comes the Netherlands pushing up past the 50-yard line. Looks like Vink, number 17, and it looks like the first strike is going to go to the Netherlands. Still 4 bodies left alive, so pretty dominant here in this first point for the Netherlands.
Yeah, and great support they have, and spectators over there. They're doing Mexican waves, there's horns, so a lot of the Dutch over here in France.
So who would you say would be the favorites heading into this event, or this, the quarterfinal matchup here between these 4 teams?
I'm far too biased to say.
Okay, so Shelley, other than Great Britain, let's just take Great Britain right out of the equation, the 3 other remaining teams. Who do you think strong out here? I mean, looking at the names on the Russian squad, just not knowing some of these other teams as well as you guys do. I mean, I've seen some of these guys play before, unless it's their younger brothers. And even then, it's the legacies there. I might have to give the advantage to Russia. What do you guys think?
I'm going to go with Norway.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'll be the most reverted one, because last year the second country who had the second place was the Netherlands.
Well, it all comes down to what you do on that given day. And right now, Russia up by 1 over Great Britain. And here comes Russia. Referee was in there to check one of their players in the center. He's clean. So 5 players alive for Russia, 5 for Great Britain. Great Britain again, Shelley with that good field position. That's 2 games in a row, 2 points in a row. They send that player up to shut down that snake side of the field, and Russia losing 2 bodies.
Yeah, that's right. And if you stay confident there and the composure's strong, you can keep that lane going, and you can cut down snake side. You just got to stay alive. As soon as someone pushes Dorito side, so if you lose your players behind you, you're vulnerable to your pack.
So it definitely helps them then that, player coming off that D side of the field for Russia early, and the 3 players left alive are all on from the center towards the snake side of the field.
I mean, switching now, which may allow the snake player to push.
So Alexei trying to do a damage control and get out wide, and almost takes the bunker down with him, but he's able to make it in there alive.
Yeah, Robert Williams is looking really strong for Great Britain, now pushed into the M. He's shooting snake side through the M to get that Russian player. And that now will allow Great Britain to push snake side, which they have done. They haven't hit the snake, but they've got 2 players, and the Russians lose a body, but so does Great Britain.
Yes, looks like Williams coming off, and as well as Bertnikov for the Russians. So now just 2 players left alive for the Russians over here on the snake side of the field. This is definitely Great Britain's chance if they can push down that D side. Just 1 gun that way, now both guns switching that way. No one looking snake side. Oh, it looks like a 1-for-1 is going to be called here on Russia. So
we apologize for the sound right now, but yeah, it looked like pretty much that Leonid Smotrov was under a bit of pressure there. And you can see Tom Feehan hitting the buzzer for Great Britain. Tom Feehan plays for London Tigers 2 in SPL 2. He's one of these young guys in the UK that has the potential of stepping up in the long term. In fact, all of these guys are, because they've got the commitment now and they're young and they've been playing since they're like 15. So. And they have some good coaches behind them.
Well, as we see the Dutch coming back onto the field in their traditional Massacre orange. And of course their coach is also a Massacre, so I probably think that's the coach of Bad Boys Oz 2. That is on.
So on your screens is Norway. They're choosing to use the back center on the breakout and push snake corner.
Yeah, so good breakout for both teams. Ooh, Norway though losing a body on that D side. Initially 5 players alive for them, and then they're trying to switch it up a little bit. On that position, they lose another body as well, so not looking good right now for Norway. Netherlands on the attack here, getting into Snake 1, also in D1 as well. Not looking good for Norway here in this point again.
Yeah, Norway trying to go defensive, trying to make something happen. They only have their snake corner player remaining, and looks like the Dutch are really hungry for this. They want to win this point. It looks like they want to win it more than Norway. But they've calmed it down. They were all aggressive and they've stopped.
Well, that's a smart play right now. Up a ton of bodies. No need to push recklessly forward when you have a massive body advantage and also position on the field. Better to slowly but surely take your time and, you know, if you're not getting shot at, then make the move. No need to force any unnecessary gunfights right now for the Netherlands.
It's good to see, and they're not making much ground, but they're moving around the field.
No, they do lose a body over here on the Snake side.
And the Dorito side. So Norway are playing really well in the gunfights here in the defensive layout they have. So they have Snake Corner and Dorito 1.
And repositioning to get back in the Snake. You can see eye in the sky here. Beautiful Chantilly layout. The Netherlands still with a one-body advantage, though, throwing 2 bodies away needlessly here. So Norway, the 2 players left alive for them, fighting tenaciously to stay in this match. Down by 1.
Yeah, Netherlands have 3 players. They've got the Dorito 1 as well.
Uh-oh, Norway, one of their players dying in that back corner bunker on the D side, and then the last player on the Snake side comes off as well. So they're going to have to concede this point. Netherlands going to go up by 2. Score's going to be 2-0 with 7 minutes left to play.
Yeah, it was a good point. It looked very aggressive, and then there was this massive pause, and the pause I thought was going to work against the Dutch just then. I mean, they were moving things around, which they probably didn't need to do. If they kept the momentum, they probably would have finished the point quicker with bodies up. But at the same time, Maddie, you're totally right. If you can slow a game down and not force it.
Well, that's kind of the, you know, the American versus the European style. Europeans, to be honest, much more aggressive than the majority of the American teams. But, you know, they both can be successful. It's about execution. So right now, heading into this match, tied up at 1. Great Britain taking on Russia.
Yeah, Great Britain lost 3 now. A big move there by Bogdan Klevkov through the center, taking out 3-pack. Is 1 player remaining for Great Britain. Yeah, Aiden Ball then just got taken out.
Yeah, and Smotrov over here on the Snake side as the safety valve. Bodies drop quickly from both teams, but all you have to do is just keep 1 alive. It's all that matters. So now Russia going to go up by 1 here. Close match, 2-1 is the score.
So this game is brought to you by Drom. So Drom is sponsoring this game. The shoes, obviously, by Kevin Kuhn. So thank you, Drom.
Yeah, Kevin done a good job of building that company the past couple years. He's a very young, industrious, bright fellow he is, Kevin Kuhn.
Well, he does, and of course now he's brought out these protection pads. We have an interview on that. They look really nice. Nice light shorts, pants, jerseys. Yeah, look good. They really look good. And they play well. I mean, some of these teams are actually wearing them. As we see the Dutch coming back onto the field, we see the Van Massacres there, the 2 brothers. And Vink. Sietske de Jong, I think, I see there.
Yeah, a couple of players there for Blast.
So under 7 minutes to play here. Norway needs to get something going. Netherlands up by 2 on the breakout.
Big break there for Norway, hit the Snake.
Yeah, referee running over to check him out though. And looks like a player alive and pushing up on that D side of the field all the way to the 50-yard line.
Yeah, you can see the game plan was just be aggressive. They hit Snake 1, Dorito 2 off the break.
Now this is what Norway needed.
And a penalty there from the Dutch.
That's not going to help them preserve this lead here. Looks like Norway is going to cruise through this one as long as they can take out this last player. Yeah, just 1 player left of the Netherlands. You can see on your screen, back bunker here, Snake side of the field. And that was Renders, last player left alive for the Netherlands. Bart Renders.
Yeah, Ruben Van Massacre, we mentioned earlier, who's the one that took the last player. And there he is there by the start gate.
So Norway puts a point on the board here. They needed that one. You don't want to go down by 3. Not a lot of points they're working with here.
Not in a race to 4, actually.
Yeah, not in a race to 4. So 6 minutes and 28 seconds. And the clock in this field layout, and if you guys have been watching this weekend and you've seen it, the clock has played absolutely no factor whatsoever. We haven't seen 1 game go to time, haven't seen a game even come close to going to time here on this fast layout.
Yeah, it's totally right. And even with the divisional teams, there's hardly any draws going on.
Yeah, I heard all the fields are ahead of schedule, which is never happened
That is not
before.
that shocking at all, seeing how things have been going down around here. I mean, it's so tough. It's rare to even see a point where both teams get 5 players out alive.
Hey, the refs are loving it.
Yeah. So here we go. Great Britain and Russia. 1 point separates these teams here in a race to 4 points. 5 minutes and 32 seconds to go. Looking at Great Britain again. This has been their standard play. Run a player up to that center and that can and shut down the snake side of the field. It is definitely proven effective. It's just Great Britain's got to keep those bodies alive.
And that's Robert Williams in the middle, going every time to the middle for them. Number 9, and he did a great job doing it. And he did it 3 times in a row.
Yeah, they're totally right. They're enjoying that game plan, Maurice. You've got James Green that's pushed to snake corner for Great Britain. They've just given him a point. It's his first step out on the field. And the refs are checking the Russian players a lot. They're obviously seeing things, but they're all clean as the Russians push down the center to match Aiden Ball there in the center coke can.
Yeah, and the Russians going back and forth on their angles, not spending much time here. Oh, nice move up the center. Russia past the 50-yard line. Got a great drop on the player for Great Britain in that stand-up, and then polishes off another one. Looks like he's going to be off to the races on a run-through here.
Wow. The composure there for Bogdan Klevkov. Got a 3-pack coming down the center and hits the buzzer.
That was definitely impressive. That actually was one of the most impressive run-throughs we've seen. Looked Oliver Lang-esque there up in the center, who's been kind of one of the only players who's really utilized that center for a run-through platform.
Way to go, Smotrov.
I think that was Bogdan.
Well, I thought it was number 7.
Was it 7 or 5?
No, it's number 5. It was Bogdan Klevkov, yeah. He's done that a couple of occasions now. He seems to understand that very well. He's read it. He's done a lot of field walking. He knows where the shots are.
Well, and even as the bodies were peeling off, you know, when the variables change, you have to mentally decide, okay, am I going to go right? Am I going to go left? How am I going to work with the situation? And the fluid style he brought to that, very effective, is able to help his team win that point. So now we're back into this Netherlands-Norway game, looking over the shoulders of Netherlands and there from the back line. Good cross-field spread for them. So it looks like they did lose a body on the D side.
Yeah, and Norway have made it into the snake alive again, so they went through the same game plan that won them the point last time.
And actually pretty quick up to Doritos. They're already in Dorito 1 and Dorito 3.
And now getting into the snake. Netherlands into snake 1, trying to mirror Norway's move, so 2 players in the snake. Right now you can see the snake battle on your screen.
2 Dutch players get taken from the center. It looks like to be Norway's point at the moment if they keep the guns rolling and capitalize on the body count.
Yeah, Norway launches down, running through down the highway. That's the inside part of the snake to take out the last 2 players. So it's 2 points in a row. We've seen an awesome run through. Haven't seen a ton of run throughs here in this. This is more of a gunfight off the break shot field. It's only seen a handful of run throughs, which at this level of play is kind of rare to go through most of a tournament, only see a couple run throughs, but yet still have the field play very fast.
And we're seeing a run through every point here for the Under-19s Championship. They're hungry.
Yeah, they are hungry.
What are they feeding these kids? But again, yeah, the British do go up to that center can. They do a good job, but then there's the Russians that go up there too, and then he sees him, and then he goes amongst them. So in a way, that's the tactic that I've been doing twice in a row. And let's see how Britain reacts to that.
I think they might be feeding these kids dragon's blood or something, because whatever it is, it's working. They're aggressive. And again, for under 19, that's how far the game of paintball has evolved. Years ago, as been around the sport for a while, it was very rare to see anyone under the age of 18 even be able to play at a high level because they just didn't play that much. Now with the kids getting in these days, such a high level of skill for such young players is pretty amazing.
So Robert Williams has decided not to go to the coke can early, and they're doubling up in a. Oh, as I said it, they move. Robert Williams moves up to the coke can and straight into the M.
So we saw Williams up here before, now past the 50-yard line.
Oh no, it wasn't Williams, it was Aiden Ball. He's been shot on his loader as he goes a little bit too far in the M. And we've also lost a GB player on the Dorito side.
Well, I thought that might have been Great Britain's chance here to try to get back in this match. 1 point away from taking the loss here in the quarterfinals, or semifinals actually. And now, I like that move. It's just maybe a little too soon to make that move because he ran into a couple guns, and it was a good job of Russia to pick that up.
It was too aggressive at that moment in the game.
And that was Bogdan again trying to get through the center. And off that chaos, though, a couple bodies dropping for Great Britain. So Shelley, apologies, but it does not look like Great Britain will be advancing here out of the semifinals, as crazy move there by Alexei Bernikov to try to finish off the last player alive for Great Britain. And though Great Britain did a good job of chopping up a decent amount of the Russian players, Still one body left alive in Smotrov, so he's going to hit that buzzer, and as long as he's clean, that's going to do it. Russia will advance to the finals.
Hey, it looks like Bogdan and Leonid had a great game there for Russia, so congratulations to them. And the point is proved. It's race to 4 here, and Russia have the game.
And Russia go to the finals.
And they look pretty good. I mean, Great Britain didn't look bad at all. Those are some close points, but you know, Russia just a little bit more technical out there. I wouldn't say they were more aggressive because Great Britain was definitely pushing the issue, but just losing too many gunfights and couldn't really get anything going on that D side of the field. They were pushing up in the center. They were definitely addressing the snake, but that D side of the field really is what was the end-all, say-all for them. So congratulations to Russia.
Paintball is not over for Great Britain fans back home. If you stay tuned, you'll see them play the loser of this matchup between Norway and Netherlands for 3rd and 4th position. So who's it going to be, Norway or the Dutch? We'll see.
I don't know. It's tied up still with 5 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And here, right now, Norway into Snake 1. No one in the Snake right now for the Netherlands. Netherlands, though, 5 bodies alive.
As Norway loses a body on the back.
Yeah, so down a body, but still better field position because they have a player in the Snake. He's shooting crossfield and might have got a crossfield shot. He did, so chalk up a confirmed kill here out of the Snake in the Netherlands. A little discombobulated, running 2 players to the same bunker, and they lose one of them. So now, disaster has struck here in this point. It looks like Norway, if they can execute and close this point out, will go up by 1. Still a little too early to tell, though. 2 players to the Netherlands alive here, Snake side.
Yeah, 1 player remaining for the Dutch, Snake 1. Not for long as Norway get their kills from their bunkers.
And Norway's got their act together.
Yeah, still 4 bodies alive for Norway. And looking pretty crisp out there. Going to be 1 point away from victory, as the point is conceded by the Netherlands.
And now, of course, since this game is over, we're going to have the 2 minutes wait between the points, since the other game was won 4-1 by Russia over Great Britain.
You know, I like, after watching all the pros here for the past day and a half, and now seeing these younger guys come out and play this field, I really like almost like watching these guys a little bit more, because they're just, they seem to be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe, you know, that young fire in them and all that testosterone going through their veins. But I like what I'm seeing out here. I mean, even Great Britain, though, they ended up taking the loss against Russia, were willing to push up in that center. They were willing to try to make moves, and just losing too many gunfights, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, Great Britain, I've done more than was expected for this event. Obviously, it'd be nice to come away with the podium first, but they've come a long way. They've got good management down there, Ainsley and Matt Carver from Lucky 15s, and Mark E.C. from Manchester Firms. So they've got a good backbone there to get things rolling for next season, and it's really nice to see these young lads out and playing.
So right now, he's looking in the pits right here for Norway. Getting ready to play this next point. Just about a minute to go here for potentially the conclusion of this match.
And then we'll know who goes to the finals and who goes to semi.
Yeah, and then, you know, tomorrow is going to be a big day too. And we see that potentially, well, actually not potentially, the championship, the overall Millennium Series title for 2015, looks like it's going to be decided in this in the semifinals.
It could be, and it could also, I've already looked at it, it could even be decided in the quarterfinals already. If Jai Houston Heat loses, and either Tauntauns or Edmonton Impact, any of those 2 win.
What a crazy turn of events that the top 3 teams all end up playing, or top 4 teams are all playing each other in the quarterfinals.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when that...
I didn't do that on purpose.
I know, I was here, I saw it. That was just that's the twist of fate that is the paintball tournaments. You never know what's going to happen. So obviously the winner of the tournament is decided in the finals, and you know, that's important too. But that series title is so hard to win, because that's the measure of how consistent you were throughout the entire season. That's the hardest thing to do in paintball, is to win a series title at the professional level. So difficult to do. And it's even tough to call who's the favorite too heading into those games, because when you have those top level teams playing each other, you never really know what's going to happen.
So we have the cameras there on the pits for Great Britain that you see back home. Obviously they're hanging around because they're going to play for 3rd and 4th after this game. But obviously their heads look a bit down at the moment, but hopefully that will change and let's see who they'll play.
Maddie, who's your pick for those 4 teams?
I mean, Impact looked pretty good today. Tauntauns looked pretty good today. He was playing. I mean, it's tough. I don't know. It's almost a coin flip. You know, with Loic leaving after the season, he was playing great out there. Tauntauns look great. But man, that game Impact played was so. I would say out of everyone I saw to play today, Outrage played great today too. I don't know. I might say Impact just because I know it's a safe bet, but they did play pretty phenomenal today, and they ratchet up the every time as you progress through the events, they ratchet up that level of competitive fury. So we'll see. Right now, Norway drops a body early. 4 bodies alive for Norway on your screen right now. As we pull back, you can see the line cross the field. Still, lots of guys stuck in those back bunkers. Netherlands with 5 bodies alive.
Yeah, it was Netherlands prior to this point asked for a timeout, so they had Norway were ready to go, and they gave them a timeout to wait for another minute out on the start gate. So whether that was a ploy from the coach, we don't know.
Well, momentum so important in the game of paintball, and sometimes that's what you use timeouts for. You know, it's either gun issues, technical issues, or game plans, but a lot of times it's just to slow the momentum of the other team. So right now, Norway able to get in the snake, ask for a check from the referee on his head, and then his partner, his back player, getting out behind him. So nice move. Netherlands already in the snake and winning that gunfight down on the sidelines here. Oh, and then he might have got shot himself and loses his back player. And you can see he's head checking back and realizes, uh-oh, I'm all by myself on this side. Still looking at one body in front of him. And Netherlands 1 point away from having their story here stopped in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what we got of the spread on the field. I mean, Norway do have Dorito too, but the Dutch have Snake 1, so it's kind of like tilting.
Yeah, and they're talking it up. You're seeing the back player right now. Last player left alive on the Snake side of the field. Ooh, got a little sloppy there for a second. Now he's going to look down that sideline. Try to get a shot on the Netherlands player in the Snake, who's still at Snake 1.
And another point playing, of course, is this is an M500, which means they only have 500 paintballs. So I think it's one of the reasons why the Dutch aren't shooting that much.
Yeah, probably running low on paintballs right now. You can see them touching their packs to see if they have any pods left. Player in the center is out of paint, down to what he has in his hopper. And now time for the first time this entire weekend coming into play here with 1 minute and 39 seconds to go. So Norway with the lead doesn't need to do anything.
So the Dutch just lost a player pushing up Dorito's side. Yeah.
No, and Shelly, good point. That's going to make it even harder here now with the time, because now the body count's even. So Netherlands doesn't have an advantage as far as their body count is concerned. So if the time expires, Norway will advance to the final. Oh, but they lose their back corner bunker, and they lose another player. Oh, it's not looking good right now for Norway.
And or did the Dutch, they're trying to force something there because obviously they need to do something now with just under a minute left to play to win the point, because if they don't, then Norway will come away with the game.
So 60 seconds left to go here. As you can see on that scoreboard, Render looks like he doesn't have any paint left. He was looking for paint on the ball, but you can't pick paint up off the ground here, can you?
This is a big moment here for Renders. It's a one-on-one. 45 seconds left on the clock. If the Dutch win the point, they'll make it a draw. If the Norway win the point, they'll win the game.
So Norway advancing up a bunker here. And like you said, tense moments, just 33 seconds to go. Norway trying to keep their lead, and that's actually a pretty risky play here, because if he can stay in that back bunker and just watch out, but it doesn't matter, he wins the gunfight. So Norway is going to win this match here, and what an awesome play. Down bodies initially, and they were able to stave off the attack from the Netherlands. The Netherlands just not able to get the offense going, getting stopped right around the 50-yard line on that D side of the field, even though it was chaos over there. Bodies were dropping from both sides. And so he's just going to let the time run out.
Yeah, that's Borjan Dens even from Norway, letting the moment last a little there before he hit the button. So congratulations to Norway. They won the semi-finals here. The Russians won the semi-finals, so it will be Norway versus Russia in the final here for the under-19s.
And Britain against Netherlands. Again, another thing, you against me, as usual. I mean, normally it's the French and the British, but then it will be the Dutch and the British.
Yeah, so make sure you stay tuned because coming up next is well, they say the losers, but it's really for third and fourth here. Great Britain versus the Netherlands, we've just seen.
Yeah, hey, third place. That's nothing to be ashamed of at all. So yeah, it's going to be great, man. What a great set of games here in this Nations Cup, the under-19s here, 2015 Millennium World Cup. So stick with us.
And the drum tent for 2015 exclusive, the protection gear from Drum. Your choice. I'm over with my good friend
Suhail.
who is going to talk to us about this new product. So Suhail, show it to us.
Okay, so this new range is all about the three pieces of the protective gear. So we have the slide short, the knee pad, and the elbow pads that you can see on the mannequin just right behind you. The three of them were really made and built to be very light and very like a second skin for the paintball players. So our purpose was to have something that like second skin that you can't feel, and your only worry during the game is to focus on your game and your points. So they were all inspired from other sports, like for example, the football for this one, which is very light, very like tight and adjusted with a real cut for the players. And we have for all our range, we have like pads, which have like mini pads, and which allow that you can see here. And it's not bulky at all, so you can put it in every player shape, every morphology, and you can just put it, and you don't have those plates that you have on some protective gears that exist. So it's the same for all the range, and we have like mesh spots for the breathability of that you can see here and underneath. And we have like to make these pads stay like at their place there in the game, we have put like silicone strips on the bottom that you can see here. So which are inspired from like bikes, like motocross and stuff, and which avoid your pads from going down during the game. When you
Which is a bitch when you're playing and your pads are there and your knee pads are all down in your ankles. That looks really great. So people can actually buy this already? Is it already out or is it already in pre-order?
The full range was released like 2 months ago, so we were out of stock like directly after the release of the full protective gear, but people can pre-order it in our shop. And they will be available like in 1 month. So at the beginning of November, you can have your own drum protective gear at home directly.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for that. And well, I would say in French, I would almost say "Allez les tontons," which you would be saying at the same time, right?
Thank you. So
and allez drum.
And we are coming with new products, and some of them are coming next. So we are always working to bring for paintball players innovative gear, and we stay tuned. We are coming with new products for the next month.
So for people at home, your choice, drum.
Nothing says hardcore paintball combat quite like pulling the pin and lobbing a paint grenade at a dug-in enemy. Safe, simple to use, and made in the USA. Timin paint grenades add an element of fun and excitement to any game or operation for recreational, scenario, and tactical paintball players. To create the Tippmann Big Boy paintball grenade, raw tubing is cut to length and a hole is generated to allow an exit flow for the paint fill and ball bearing. Next, the ball bearing is inserted into the tube and the opposite end is crimped to seal it off. Once the tube is crimped on the end, the hole made and the ball bearing inserted, the technician adds the grenade cap and folds the top end over to generate a seal. The grenade spoon is then hooked onto the cap and the two pieces are held together with the grenade's pull pin. A mechanism is then used to fill the paint grenade with 10 ounces of paint. An air pedal releases the paint into the grenade, which causes the tubing to fill. Finally, once the paint is added and the pump is shut off, the sausage crimper places a large staple on the bottom of the grenade, completing the manufacturing process. This grenade is now live and ready for packaging and play.
So welcome back here, 2015 Millennium World Cup. We're in the Nations Cup right now for the under-19s, and we're in the consolation third place match right now here between the Netherlands and Great Britain, which we just watched. In case you just joined us, it was a pretty good match. Norway and Netherlands fought pretty hard in the end, and that was probably one of the most dramatic games we've seen. And it came down to a one-on-one essentially at the end to seal the deal to send Norway into the final, which means that's why Netherlands is playing Great Britain right now, who were defeated by the Russians. And but everyone played pretty well. There was no blowouts. It was a pretty solid set, and now we're heading into this third place match. So I'm going to not actually ask you who you think is going to win this match or who you would want to win this match. So I'm pretty sure you're going to go with the Netherlands, right?
Well, honestly, not really, because honestly, I know the British team pretty well, because I mean, I used to play with a few of these guys, and honestly, no. For me, it's either team can win. Now, then again, of course, the heart will always go to your home country in a way. But since a lot of people think I'm French, there's no French people on the field, so
yeah.
now
well,
just
it's funny.
joking.
I mean, you're not actually. That's a lot of people are like, oh, Maurice France is like, no. I mean, I understand you speak like 6 languages, which is awesome. And as people coming from the United States, we're pretty dumb, so we don't get to speak as many languages. We're not dumb, but that's what they say. If you're trilingual, you speak 3 languages, bilingual 2, and if you speak 1 language, you're American, which is unfortunately me, only 1. So here we go, Netherlands and Great Britain.
And the Dutch dropped the ball. The corner there got shot. The corner snake got shot. And run through by the British, shooting 2, shooting 3.
And that's ball up the center here.
Yeah,
An awesome
and
job
4.
and run through here. Wow, gets himself a 4-pack to start things out for Great Britain. Nice job. Aiden Ball. Wow, that was impressive.
Number 1.
Made it look good too. He's waving his guys off. He's like, hey, I already shot everybody. You can come over here. Check me out. I want to see if I'm hit. I was taking a lot of fire.
That's the best way of getting shot by your own people, by the way, when you do that. I mean, that happens a lot. They don't know you're that far up already, and then they start shooting at you, and you're like, hey, I'm on your team.
Yeah, so just so, like we were just saying before here, as ball's getting checked out by the ref. So your nationality actually is Dutch.
But I lived in the south of France for the last 30 years.
Yeah, but I think you've lived, like, you also told me you lived in Sweden.
Yes,
Is that
I
why
did.
you speak so many languages? How do you end up speaking? I know in Europe, it's different because there's actually a point in the education system to teach children a bunch of different languages as they grow up. We don't really have that in the States, which is why, unfortunately, a lot of us can only speak maybe 1.5 languages. Like I speak a little bit of Spanish. So you lived in Sweden, you lived in the south of France.
Yeah.
But you're Dutch.
Well, actually, until my 15th, I lived in Holland. Then I went for 5 years to France with my parents. And my parents divorced, and my dad remarried a Swedish woman, so I went to Sweden. So, and then when I didn't like Sweden, I came back to France. So that's how you go through. Then, of course, the Dutch have one small advantage. Since nobody speaks the language, all our TV shows are in English, subtitled. So that's why, and the same is for Norway,
Yeah,
Sweden.
that's why they speak English so well, too.
And that's where our English comes from. Then if you live near the border in Holland, you've got the German television. So at night when you're young, especially around the 80s, we watched a lot of TV. So then that's how you pick up the German language. And I still think that the error in France is they synchronize everything into French. And that's why the French suck in a way at languages. They're not that good at it. Why? Because they have the French language all the time, but never a foreign language. You don't hear it. And I always think that you absorb something much easier if you do something you like watching TV. And if you hear 10 times the word breakfast and you see the guys having leur petit déjeuner, as the French would say, then you would automatically in your mind
start to make, especially when you're younger, because that's when it's much easier to absorb languages. So that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it just always impressed me coming over here how fluent certain people are in different languages. It's very impressive. I wish that I had more exposure to languages when I was younger, other than a little bit of Spanish. But so yeah, right now Netherlands playing Great Britain here, and it's not a 2-match set. We're just going to be watching Netherlands and Great Britain play to the conclusion of this match, and then we will watch the last game of the day, which will be the final here in the Nations Cup for those 19 and under, which again I think is a really cool thing because it highlights and kind of showcases the younger talent from the different nations. Then it's always fun to play for your country, regardless of whatever sport it is. And so we know paintball is the best sport of them all. So on the breakout here, Great Britain on your screen. There's their line in the center, 4 players locked in the center of the field in the pocket, trying to get out wide. Also on the snake side, lost that body. So now Netherlands dropping 2 bodies here. Just 2 players over on the snake side, 1 in the center for the Netherlands. And still, we finally saw time, Maurice, play a factor in the semifinals as well.
Yes, it did, and it actually almost went into time with this one-on-one. Now, of course, for the people at home, we have to explain to Maddie, these guys are playing the M500 rule, which means
very true.
They go onto the field with one hopper and 2 pods, which means you don't have a lot of time to shoot lanes forever.
Yeah, limited paint out here for the Nations Cup. Netherlands losing both their bodies off the snake side after shooting 1 player from Great Britain in the center. So Great Britain looking pretty solid right here. Now we're on our D-side cam. Yeah, Great Britain's going to score another quick one, not a quick one, but another solid one here against the Netherlands. So now it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Great Britain here in a race to 4 points. So Netherlands needs to get something going.
Yes, they do. Well, they have to change up something, and I've watched them a lot now in the last 2 games. And honestly, what I really think is they play their lanes, but they're not really thinking about the field, which means they let this guy go through. It's almost the 3rd time that he goes through the middle, and I mean.
No, it's a good point, because then at what stage in having that play ran on you, do you adjust your game plan to try to counteract that? Because you can't just let the players keep running through the center, but it is good to start to see, and you can see there the layout, so that big structure in the center. Great Britain, better than almost even some of the pro teams, has been doing a really good job of attacking that center. And Netherlands, kind of as you were just pointing out, not able to shut that move down. So now then the question is, does Great Britain continue to try to push up the center? Are they going to try to potentially make the snake off the break, which we did see in the morning divisions, in the pro division, in the CPL. Lots of guys trying to make the snake off the break and able to do it because that D side, that Dorito side of the field, has been where the bulk of the action has gone down. So most of the guns going that way, and then guys have been able to sneak into the snake.
As we're looking on some lovely ladies from the crowd.
Yeah, the crowd's pretty decent here for the Nations Cup and getting into it. And here at this gorgeous, amazingly beautiful, again, I still cannot believe that that giant castle-looking structure over there was built for horses. And then there's another built for 12 horses. And then there's another castle, like a real castle, off into the distance. And we're finally getting some sun here. It's been very dreary and overcast here in Chantilly in Paris for the beginning of this tournament.
Look at this view. I mean, you can't beat that. I'm sorry, but that can't be beat.
It looks like a paintball postcard.
Yeah, could be.
So right now, look at the Netherlands getting ready to roll here. Still a ton of time.
See if they can switch it up.
So on the breakout, off the center, off the break. Now the Netherlands send a body up to that center. Oh, but a 1-for-1 is called, and 3 bodies come off for the Netherlands. And that should give an advantage to Great Britain, but they get a penalty of their own. Not what either team wanted to happen right here. So after the penalty chaos, 3 bodies left alive for Great Britain, stuck in the center of the field, but the Netherlands only with 1 body. And Great Britain, as soon as they do the count and figure out, they're just looking at 1, and there they are, off to the races and up that center of the field again. I think that's Ball, and he gets able to take out that last player for the Netherlands. And there's Wood walking off for Great Britain. So did Great Britain keep a body alive? See the referees talking over something right now. And then or did we hear that I think the towel was blown? Because yeah, we see that 3rd point on the board there for Great Britain.
So let's see, Jabba's going to give us the call on that probably, to know what he's going to decide.
Yeah, it looks like now they just took the point off. And the referees having a little convention out there in the center, talking over that last end of the point together. You can see the referees gesturing.
Because normally if that isn't a gross overplay, it could be a 2-for-1, and then the Dutch guy's still alive, even though he's full of paint.
Well, I think that might be what they're talking about. I think that was Ball from Great Britain on the run through, and it looked like he might have got shot, so I don't know. If he did continue to play and it was a major penalty and there weren't enough bodies to pull, then yes, you do start down. If there's no bodies to pull at the end of the point, if you receive a penalty, then you have to start down. And so referee's still converging. We see the point on the board again, so I think the point might have been good, which means that there was at least, well, that either means one of 2 things. One, there was enough bodies for Great Britain, but no one went and hit the buzzer, so I think Netherlands conceded it.
Yes, they did. I think they did throw the towel.
But the penalty then still, if there was a penalty and the towel is thrown and there wasn't enough guys to pull, they'll still assess the penalty, and Great Britain would have to start down a body.
Yeah, but as I see Jabba not walking up to the British pits to tell them, I don't really feel.
Yeah, I think they're good.
Yeah, I think they're good.
So that puts a big advantage now up on the board right now for Great Britain here in a race to 4 points with 3 scored already and still a ton of time left here. So Netherlands making their way to their starting gate.
Proof 3-0. I was just discussing about the timing of the towel throw.
Okay, yeah, so we're good to go.
Yeah, actually they're just discussing the timing of the towel throw. Because if a towel is thrown, I don't think penalties can be assessed after on a gameplay. If a towel is thrown.
Well, if a towel is thrown, true, that is correct. However, if the referees could decide that as an action was happening, a move was being made, if he was going to pull a penalty, then he could potentially assess that penalty. And I'm not really sure exactly how that's written into the rules over here, but
20 seconds.
So right now, Netherlands getting a straggler coming on the field to play this potentially last point here if they can't get it together. Great Britain really outplaying the Netherlands right now.
Smashing them. And they have to change up their game plan. And they tried, but let's see if they can do it now.
At the outset of this point, all the way to the snake off the break. That's a bold move from the Netherlands, and it looks like he made it in clean. I think he's asking for a check from the referee. Great Britain losing at least 1 body. Netherlands player did get hit going into the snake. And now the Netherlands trying to move over here, try to get a guy in the bunker right behind the snake. Great Britain also spreading the field out. 4 bodies left alive for them, 4 for the Netherlands. But I see the running referee coming in. The time you see a referee running in from the corner, and no, he's clean. So 4 bodies left alive for both squads right now. Do or die time for the Netherlands, though, Maurice.
Yeah, and they tried to go back into the snake. And another player getting shot on the Great Britain at the same time as I said that, and the snake players this time alive. So that's going to make it more interesting.
Yeah, the Netherlands player alive in the snakes. That was a good secondary move to get in there, and a player from the center comes over to help support his front player here in the snake. You can see the Netherlands in their country's colors, and those orange jerseys.
And then we see the British going all the way up to Dorito 3. So watch for him to start trying to make some cross shots.
And Britain, wheeling and dealing over here on the snake side, came to join his teammate in his bunker and then decided, no, this is probably not the best place for me to be. Cuts to the inside. So tense moments over here on the snake side. You can see Great Britain, player on your screen, zoned up on the snake, trying to not drop that lane, and there's his teammate right beside him, and now looking in the snake for the Netherlands. 6 minutes and 2 seconds to go here. Great Britain don't really care about the time because they have the lead. So they care about the time in the sense that if this point does go extra long, Great Britain doesn't have to do anything. It's, you know, the highest point score at the end of regulation time or a race to 4 here.
So Britain's playing it smart.
Very smart. But it looks like Netherlands with a one-body advantage here. Oh, Great Britain.
Sloppy clipped, overplayed it, shot him at the same time. Nice job, nice job.
That was a nice job from the Netherlands to close that point out here, and kind of some sloppy play from Great Britain with the lead. You know, they looked like they were, just as we were saying, they were playing it well. They lose a body on the D side pretty much as we're speaking those words, and then another guy gets shot over here on a gunfight, coming over the top of his bunker, exposing himself a little bit too much. So letting the Netherlands back in this match, and now we could potentially see time play a factor, and only 2 points separating these teams. Yes, the Netherlands do need to score 2 more points to tie it up, but with this layout, the way it is and how fast we've seen it play, that is very possible to score 2 points within 5 minutes.
And a good jump for Roelvink there, doing the job for the Netherlands in the snake. And honestly, I like the way he played the snake. But the thing I see with the Dutch also is that they dive into the snake and then they lay down for, let's say, a minute or two. And then they think, like, you know what, maybe I should get up and start shooting, rolling my gun. Now, maybe that's not to get the penalty and ask for a check, which is possible.
No, it depends on the situation. And sometimes when you're in the snake, one of the rookie mistakes that you can make is when you try to engage too quickly. When you first get in there and you feel, oh, I got to do something right away, and then you try to engage, and then you get shot. Because as soon as you get in the snake, you're going to have what? Guns turned to you. If anyone picked you up as you got in there, if they didn't shoot you as you got in, they're going to continue to shoot in the hopes that you do come out. Because if you're a seasoned, if you're a seasoned player who's been around a little bit, regardless of your age, you know that when a player gets in the snake, sometimes they do try to engage right away. So you just shoot an inch off that bunker, waiting for him to come out, and you get that free kill. So it's not a bad move sometimes to just relax when you first get in the snake, just chill out for a second, wait for the guns to drop, and then go to work. But on the flip side, if no one's shooting at you, then yeah, you need to start making something happen. That's the big question. If you're a younger player and you get in the snake, just ask yourself this question when you get in there. What's stopping me? You know, and have that sense of how many guns are on you. You can hear the bunker being shot.
That's what I wanted to say. You
Absolutely.
Can hear it.
Yeah, you can hear the bunker being shot. And not only that, but if you've walked the field properly, you can kind of glance up and see where the bunker is being hit, where those impacts are hitting, where the noise is coming from. And from that noise, from those impacts, you should be able to tell where that angle is coming from. And if you've walked the field, you know where that guy is.
And also watch for lanes on the side of the bunkers. You can see the streams of paint on the left and the right coming by, so you know about who's about to shoot you, and you can also sometimes wrap around it.
Yeah, another old school trick you can do in the snake is long, you see these poles and these posts or, trees. You can use any landmark you want, but if you get in the snake and after you've walked the field, you're like, okay, second pole over, find wherever the, when you just look up and you see the pole, and as you look down, that pole may sometimes take you to a bunker. So sometimes you get in the snake, you don't need to head check out. Just look at the pole and you know that at the bottom of that pole is a bunker. So when you just kind of line up on the pole, so when the people stop shooting, you come up and you're putting that shot right across and into that bunker.
So guys, here we go. This is old school tricks from
it
Mr.
works.
Matthew Marshall.
Trust me.
Guys, this is worth gold, what he's saying. Listen to it and listen to it very carefully.
So, and yeah, I mean, you definitely can do that. It's tough because, utilize all the knowledge you possibly can have. And sometimes it doesn't necessarily line up, but if you look, ringing this entire field, there's flags, there's poles, there's tops of these big tents for all the vendors that are out here. And it's such a great vendor show, too, as always at the World Cups on both coasts. I'm sorry, on both continents. The new M2 from Dye came out. Planet Eclipse's new gun came out. Lots of new stuff out there for all you paintball fans. So here we go. Netherlands, can they get back in this match? They have 5 bodies alive, but stuck in the pocket in the center. And Great Britain sending a player up to that stand-up can in the center again to shut down that snake lane, Maurice.
Yes, they did. Oh, but the corner, snake corner getting shot. Not getting into the snake this time. Smart play by the Dutch.
Yeah, so Great Britain dropping a body. It's 4-on-5 right now, so they're going to be locked in this gunfight, trying to shoot one of these Netherlands players up and even up the body count. Again, with that 2-point lead, they do not need to put that 4th point on the board. They just need 5 minutes to expire with the lead, and they will take the victory here and earn 3rd place in the Nations Cup. Oh, there's that body dropping, Maurice. Now it's evened up on the body count.
And Britain in a much better position, going into Snake 1, having that stand-up cannon DM, and the Dutch don't have an answer for it. That's the whole story of this game for me.
Yeah, Great Britain's definitely, you see Ball, who's been a standout player here for Great Britain. Great Britain much more dictating the pace of this match. And look at this, a coast-to-coast run all the way in the center. Did he pick him up?
And here comes the 1-for-1. Here comes the 1-for-1.
So, desperation move.
And
it was a 2. It was a 2-for-1. So it was a desperation move on the part of the Netherlands. And though I like the intent, the execution poor. Unfortunately, he did take a hit. I think that was from the stand-up can in the center. That's the whole reason he's there.
Yeah, that's the whole reason he's there.
Yeah.
But the thing was, and the one I don't understand is the insert bunker there, that guy should have run up a long time ago once he knew he was there. He was shooting at him, actually. So, but no, he lets the guy go even further, run all the way half across the field. You can't walk with 4 people alive half across the field. But anyway, congratulations to Great Britain.
Yeah, congratulations to Great Britain. Yeah, that's a good point, though. I mean, there's still 4 guys left alive. The chances of you running coast to coast from one side of the field to the other to bunker out the Snake player is slim to none. So it did not go into the Netherlands' favor. And like you said, Maurice, absolutely, congratulations to Great Britain. They do take 3rd place and redeeming themselves a little bit here in the Nations Cup.
So so the next game coming up, and the last game of the day for us, is going to be Russia against Norway.
Yeah, Russia-Norway, man, for 1st place here in the Nations Cup. I don't know, who do you got, Russia or Norway?
Well, honestly,
because you picked Norway.
Yeah.
Didn't you pick Norway when we were in the semifinals?
Yeah, but for me, honestly, I think the Norway are more used to play together, but the Russians maybe have more individual talent. So that's the whole. But so I would go with Norway because I always believe in team more than individuality. But again, I could be disappointed on that.
Well, stick around. Last game of the day is coming at you here from the 2015 Millennium World Cup. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this. Trilingual, you speak 3 languages, bilingual. It's always impressed me coming over here how fluent some people are in different languages. It's very impressive.
Nothing says hardcore paintball combat quite like pulling the pin and lobbing a paint grenade at a dug-in enemy. Safe, simple to use, and made in the USA. Timin paint grenades add an element of fun and excitement to any game or operation for recreational, scenario, and tactical paintball players. To create the Tippmann Big Boy paintball grenade, raw tubing is cut to length and a hole is generated to allow an exit flow for the paint fill and ball bearing. Next, the ball bearing is inserted into the tube and the opposite end is crimped to seal it off. Once the tube is crimped on the end, the hole made and the ball bearing inserted, the technician adds the grenade cap and folds the top end over to generate a seal. The grenade spoon is then hooked onto the cap and the two pieces are held together with the grenade's pull pin. A mechanism is then used to fill the paint grenade with 10 ounces of paint. An air pedal releases the paint into the grenade, which causes the tubing to fill. Finally, once the paint is added and the pump is shut off, the sausage crimper places a large staple on the bottom of the grenade, completing the manufacturing process. This grenade is now live and ready for packaging and play.
We all have an inner warrior. Feel your heart pumping. Savor the adrenaline rush as you face the unexpected. Will you rise a victor or fall to defeat? Paintball promos can help you get there. The rest is up to you. Unleash your inner warrior. Feel the rush. Get your passes and head to a field near you. Check out paintballpromos.com.
Hi, my name is Maximus Lundqvist, and I would like to introduce to you the all-new Bunker King Supreme Pack, patent-pending pod-holding technology, which allows you to use all different pod types from the smallest to the biggest, no adjustments needed. One-handed, one-step loading and unloading functionality, which is 100% strap-free. With our patent-pending pod holding technology, these pods are not going to come out when you run. We put extra thick padding on and large friction areas to make the pack feel really good and sit on perfectly as you're running around on the field.
Welcome back here. The last game of Saturday's competition here at the 2015 Millennium World Cup. I'm Eddie Marshall with Maurice. So, man, last game here is the Russians taking on Norway. Both these teams played great to get to this match. And then also, while we have a brief second, tomorrow morning, starting around 9:20, we're going to have Breakout Spa, the quarterfinals in the professional division. Breakout Spa taking on Houston Heat. Outrage Valence taking on Frankfurt Syndicate. The ML Kings taking on the Polar Bears, and the Tauntauns taking on Impact. That is a crazy quarterfinal matchup because the overall championship is going to be decided in the morning. So in the afternoon, the tournament will be decided, but in the morning, the overall championship will be decided because Impact, the Tauntauns, and Houston Heat are all within shooting distance of each other. So it's basically whoever makes it through is going to end up winning the overall title.
Well, that is a big possibility. Then it also depends on who goes to where. For example, the Tauntauns, I think they can be third and then Heat second, and they'd still be titles. So there is one or two configurations, but not that much.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and I can't wait to see it. So that's starting tomorrow morning. But right now, we are going to find out who's going to be the champion in the Nations Cup for the under-19 division. Right now, Norway and Russia. Looks like the first to strike is Russia. No, actually, both teams, Maurice, losing a body here off the break, but pushing up on the D side is Norway. 2 bodies now dropping for Russia.
Yes, and they're really doing a good job going straight into the Dorito 3, getting those cross shots in. Nobody's on Snake side, nobody's on the Snake. So, and that's what Russia was really strong at lately, Snake and going to the middle.
Yeah, I totally agree. That was definitely the reason why they got to this position, which is interesting as we watch another body here drop for Russia, is that even though the Snake has been a really hard spot to get to and it's been the slower side, that was Russia's strength to get here. But now Norway into the 50 Snake and Russia continuing to lose bodies.
And I think it's a 1-for-1 on Russia. There comes the 1-for-1, so it's done. But Russia did make it in the Dorito 2, and then, of course, a penalty on the for 4 last player. They pulled the last Russian player. So that's the first point goes convincingly to Norway.
Yeah, Norway looking real solid here. Again, it's only a race to 4. So just the first team to get to 4 is going to take this championship. And, you know, looking at some of the names over here on that are playing, and I remember a couple years ago, talking to the guys that run the Russian Legion, they said, look, we have a bunch of young players that are under the age of 18 that are going to be really good. And I'm seeing some of these names here. Obviously, Birtnikov's brother, Alexei, he's been dominant out there. You know who I didn't hear about? I haven't seen Skobanovic. Definitely heard his name before, and then also Smotrov. But Bogdan, that guy has been destroying that center of the field. Obviously got shut down this first point, and Norway's looking pretty solid. But, you know, Norway, the Norwegians have always been known as very aggressive paintball players and also very technically skilled. The gunfighting that's come out traditionally from Scandinavia has been pretty incredible.
Well, I think probably, let's be honest, I think the guys from, a lot of the players on that team are from Ronald Blast. And Ronald Blast, I think they get a little bit of help from our friends from Joy Division. I mean, as all the Scandinavians pull together, which is good, and it makes North European paintball go up, and that's what we want to see.
Well, one of the interesting things I always noticed about the Scandinavian players, I played for Joy Division for a year, knew those guys very well, spent some time up there. Because the weather's so terrible in the winter, and it's dark and it's cold for months on end, they don't get to play outdoors. So they have to play indoors, and when you play indoors, well, what can you do? It's most of the time not a very big field, it's a small indoor field, so they end up doing gunfighting drills. And that's why historically the Scandinavians have been so good at gunfighting. Because when you have months to focus on pretty much nothing but the gunfight, you're going to get really good at that skill set.
Joy was famous for that.
So,
at
yeah.
2007, 2008, when they won the last title, 2009, they were destroying people, snap shooting everybody out of their bunkers. I mean,
yeah, that's, well, you know, there's many skills you need out here, but if you're going to pick one to work on, that's definitely probably the best one to work on, because you're always going to end up in a gunfight. So.
That's true, but then again, but I do think the game has changed, and I talked that over with Max last time I saw him when we sat down and had a beer. And Max and Maurice, the game has changed, even though we think it has changed still compared to 4, 5, 6 years ago when we were up top, and then we lost it. I mean, because Joy in the end wasn't winning that much anymore in the last year or 2 years.
Well, you know, there's so many different factors that play into that, but the game has definitely changed a little bit, but you know, for the most part, that still the fundamentals of this sport have remained the same for, you know, since we went to this incarnation of the game. Obviously, you know, the game of paintball, a little over 30 years old, and began in the woods, and as it progressed and condensed and distilled into what we see now as tournament paintball played on, you know, grass fields or turf fields with inflatable bunkers, the gunfight still is a very important skill. So. And the Russians also have been really good at that too, because they also have indoor facilities. They also have a harsh winter. They also spend a lot of time indoors. But you know, we'll see. I mean, there's still, if Russia comes back here, I mean, they're only down by 1. You know,
Yeah.
and there's still 8 minutes, and we just got going here in this match.
So as we're looking on to Russia, breaking out to Torito side.
So that's Alexei in the back center here for Russia, shooting towards the D side of the field, and in that center lane as well. So pretty good cross-field spread for Russia. They've had that traditional breakout. You know, Maurice, we've seen this breakout a lot. 4 guys in the center, a couple guns towards that D side, and then try to risk your one body out on the snake side of the back bunker. Now, Bogdan up now pushing towards the snake side, so leaving his center spot, but first to strike over here and first to get into the snake is Norway. That's good, should potentially slow the roll. No, Bogdan's like, I'm gonna get right in the snake with you. So both teams have a player in the snake. Norway on your screen right now, shooting crossfield and able to get a crossfield shot. So Russia loses 2 bodies, Maurice, on that D side.
And that was a great shot by the snake player. That's the snake one doing his job. And now the Russian snake's trying to equal that, but he's getting put in because somebody's posting on him now. And he's continually shooting at him. He's not going to let him go, and he's going to get mugged now. There it comes, 1, and oh.
Nice move by Bogdan down here on the snake side of the field, running the highway, and you can hear the Norway fans giving him a little ovation, and he deserves it because now Norway's up 2-0.
But that was a great move. He saw that was a snake one. He saw that the other guy was shooting on the other side. So what did he do? He posted up on him. He couldn't move anymore and told the snake go and get him. And the guy couldn't do anything.
Hey, yeah, he's playing nasty right now. That's definitely how you set the tempo and the pace. The first, you know, look, the front players, they set the tempo and the pace of the game. If you don't have your front players staying alive, pushing aggressively, doing their jobs and getting into their spots, then you're going to have a rough time, you know, and it's been really tough for front players out here. But, you know, the teams that have done well here, you know, Impact's had Keith Brown. He's been doing a good job on the snake side. The Houston Heat, Greg Sewers has been a little hit or miss on the D side, but Greg Sewers has had some good points. Wimet as well for Impact. And then, I'm sorry, for Houston Heat. Houston Heat has had a couple different guys, but when they finally got Fedorov going, he was pushing more up the center. But when Fedorov was getting stalled out over here on the snake side of the field, they weren't doing well. Even though, you know, Sergey was playing pretty consistent for them. But your front players, they set the tempo and the pace for the game. So we just saw that in Norway. That was a beautiful move right there. That's how you try to win a Nations Cup championship.
But I like the communication, because actually I think the guy that was in the stand-up can was the back center who came and helped his front player and then, you know, just pounded on the guy. And it's like, no, that's a great communication. I don't know if they talked. I couldn't hear it, but it looked like almost automatic, you know?
Well, you know, and another thing that's good, too, is that Norway is being proactive right now. They are the ones making the moves. They're forcing Russia to be the one then counteracting the moves that they make. And a lot of times that'll get you the drop in the gunfight. That, you know, enables you to get a free shot cross field when you first make that move. And if you don't make that first shot, then that guy may tuck in. You may not get that shot again. But being proactive is definitely one of the things that can help you out here in these tournaments, and that's pretty much been the story of this game so far through 2 points.
And I do still think, that's what we talked about with Max, that's what he said, is he still thinks the game, what has changed a lot, he says, it has become more and more athletic, which means it's faster and faster. The guys are smaller and smaller, and they run like almost like sprinters, 100-meter sprinters in the Olympics. That's the times they start doing almost. And I mean, that is really amazing. With all the gear on and all the stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. especially look at the back center on this field. It's tiny, you know. So there's and then what's the next closest bunker? The bunker's in the center, and they're not exactly small. Those are standard bunkers, but you still got to get to them. So yeah, it definitely pays to be small and fast. But you know, there's some guys out there like the one player for I believe that's ML Kings that's almost 7 foot tall.
Maras.
Yeah, and even though Dave Baines isn't really playing as much as he would have, I don't care. Even with the back bunker the way it is right now, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, Dave Baines would still be out there. You know, it's just, yes, it does pay to be a little bit smaller, and naturally, and of course, being fast is always, and you can't teach speed. You cannot teach speed. We can teach you how to gunfight. I cannot teach you to be fast. You can train to be a little faster, but only going to gain a step or two. All right, here we go. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Again, we're looking over the shoulder here for Russia. Off the break, referee checking out Bogdan, who's moving now towards that snake side. Now Norway losing some bodies, and Russia loses 2 bodies as well. So looks like bodies are dropping for both teams here.
Oh, but Russia going all the way into Dorito 3 as the Dorito player got shot from Norway. So I think there's only 1 player left. 1 or 2 left. Ah, that's it.
So Russia trying to make this a game here. Trying to pull within 1, and that's Bogdan up the center again. He's kind of been the standout. And with Smotrov, Spalnovich, and Bernikov on this roster that I'm looking at, the guys whose name we keep calling, yes, Alexei Bernikov's had some great points too, but Bogdan's really stepped up right here and kind of become the star of this Nations Cup Russia team.
Maybe a future Fedorov.
Maybe. I mean, let's see, when was he born? 1996. So definitely still a young man.
Oh, and I tell you, in Russia, you know how the way they train there, don't worry, they'll make you better. If you need to step up a little bit, they'll make you that good.
Well, you know, Russia has put some amazing players out over the years, and some of the best players ever have come out of that country. And so it's no surprise to me that that we find, you know, that country here in the finals for the Nations Cup.
I usually will love when we have the Veterans Cup. You see the Russian veteran team. You must know some of those people out there.
Some of the old school Russian Legion players that I played against back in
the
late 90s.
even Bernikov's dad plays on that. So I mean,
really?
Yeah, he was there. So that is really cool seeing them coming over, and that's what I like when. You know what? We should ask if they could put a USA team in there too. That'd be fun. A Masters USA team. You have to be over 40 to play.
Yeah, well, every past couple years, you know, I keep getting asked, "Hey, man, are you going to play the Masters?" I'm like, I'm not 40 years old yet. Come on, I don't have any hair and I have gray in my beard, but I'm not 40 yet. I still have 3 more years to go. So.
No, I know. I'm just joking. I'm just teasing you.
No, it's all good.
But honestly, no. But I remember that one year we went to Orlando and it was the Masters. And I just was 39. I was so gutted not being able to play because that's 1 year and you had to be 40. So but it will come. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, age it spares no one.
Nope.
So, yeah, and so we're about to get 30 seconds to go before the start of this next point, and now Russia with only a 1-point lead.
Trailing by 1 point.
Yeah, sorry, trailing by 1 point. Correct. You can see they're getting ready to go.
And they're pumped. They're pumped.
Yeah, because again, you know, like we talked about at the outset of this, Norway really dictating the pace of that, but Russia won that one in a chaotic fashion. Uh-oh, Norway getting a bad start.
Early and a bad. And now they get into the snake, and if he makes that, whoa.
Yeah, so the guy that tagged up stayed alive, but they still lost a body running out wide on the D side, and here comes Alexei up in the center. Alexei Bernikov up there in the center of the field there, dead center of your screen, shading towards the D side of the field. Another body drops for Norway, and here comes Russia. So a little bit of mental mistake here for Norway, letting their lead slip away. I mean, not quite yet, but it's not looking good for them right now. Alexei past the 50-yard line, still alive. Norway still has 2 bodies alive, though. Alexei then he wraps around, gets a shot on the center player for Norway, and just 1 player left alive, back corner bunker. He stitches up Alexei, though. Another body drops for Russia. Bodies dropping all over for both teams. And is there anybody left alive? Yes, there is 1 player left alive. I think maybe 2 players for Russia in that chaotic point. No, it was just 1. That's all you need. You just need to keep 1 guy left alive.
That was dangerous, though. And the last player, one of the 3 last players got a 1-for-1 on Russia. And that is always dangerous because if at one moment they find a hit, then that's a very dangerous play to call that way.
Yeah, it was Laptev, number 4, was the last player left alive. So maintaining his composure to tie this game up here with 6 minutes and 3 seconds to go. So, you know, we wanted a close match, and we got one. And, you know, we got a quick break here before the start of this next point. So tomorrow morning, starting at 9:20 here Paris time, Breakout Spa, Houston Heat, and Outrage Valence, and Frankfurt Syndicate. All of those teams had some really good games out here and some really good points. You know, stepping up for each team, obviously Archie Montemayor for Breakout Spa. Anytime Archie's on any team at all, if he's alive, he's a killer. In Houston Heat, you know, they did drop a game, but to ML Kings, but they made it through, and they look really good today. So, and then Outrage Valence, I believe they went undefeated here in the prelims.
And they beat Edmonton Impact.
Yeah, and they beat Edmonton Impact. So
fair and square.
Yeah, you got to give them, maybe they're a favorite here. They're pretty solid across the board, too. I mean, I was impressed at the depth of that squad. Frankfurt Syndicate, Malty Borman really stepped up on the Snake side for them, won a 2-on-1, was playing really well over here. They had a really close game against, it was coming at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the, you know, it was a German grudge match.
Yeah,
it's coming at you, just beat him in the German championships last week. Was it last week they beat him?
Yeah.
So that was fresh on their
minds.
minds.
Yeah, that was fresh on their minds. And I was interviewing them, and they were saying to me, this is revenge.
No wonder Patrick was so adamant when, remember the penalty on Borman?
Yeah.
And they were just having that, like, 5-minute argument over in the corner with the head referee. Yeah, so it's going to be great. We're just about getting into this next point here against a race to 4. And then also ML Kings, Dalton Vanderbilt and Kyle Spick. Kyle Spick is really stepping up for the ML Kings. Dalton has been mostly hit, not a lot of miss, but he did have one game that he faltered a little bit, whereas, you know, Spick has been pretty on point for all 3 prelim games. But they made it through. Honestly, any one of these teams could win tomorrow.
Sure.
You know, as we're going through, kind of listen, and we'll talk about the next 3 teams as well. But we're getting right back into this match. 6 minutes to go, all tied at 2. Both teams sending a player to the Snake off the break. Maurice, we have not seen that yet. Both teams alive as well. Bodies dropping for Norway, though, on that D side of the field. Their player in the Snake is still alive, though, but he has nobody behind him. Nobody on the D side, so that is going to make things a little bit easier here for Russia. And here comes the run down the highway, or the run was attempted down the highway, but he gets smoked.
Somebody watching his back play is watching over him, and now the smart play getting wide. That was smart. But somebody's posting up on the Snake player, and he has a gun issue.
Well, there were 3 players left alive for Russia, but looks like number 9, Skobaldovich, dies off that D side of the field, leaving just 2 players left alive. It's Alexei Brunnikov over here in the Snake. Now here comes Norway pushing up into that center of the field off the Snake. And it looks like having issues with his gun for one of the Norway players. And here comes big move by Norway, runs through and gets one. Uh-oh, look for a penalty though. And they're trying to find a player as Norway breaks open that D side, and here comes Alexei, runs down the player in the Snake for Norway, and he's not wasting any time. He goes and hits that buzzer to score the point for Russia. So heads up play by Alexei there.
But I'm not really sure that he actually got a shot on him while he was running around. Did you see him get shot? When that player was trying to get that player.
I didn't see it, but you know, we're up here and they're down there, so and we're also couldn't really see that side of him because that's coming from the D side, and we can only really see what's happening on the Snake side of the player's body. But again, you know, the story at that point was Alexei, with all that chaos, as you know, penalty and bodies dropping off both sides of the field, and got guy from Norway with guns down, but Alexei did not know that until he ran him down. But that was gutsy, and it was heads up there, and that's right now the reason why Russia is up 1 point and 1 point away from victory.
And that's 3 points in a row for Russia.
Yeah, 3 unanswered. Norway started it out looking real solid. I thought Norway maybe was going to run away with it, but Russia, really, that's pretty. That's one of those situations where that can go 2 ways. Either because the first 2 points of Norway looked really good. Russia, they looked flat. They weren't doing their jobs. Norway was playing great, so they could have got down on themselves and been like, oh man, this isn't going our way right now. Instead, they went the opposite direction, maintained their composure, and now with 3 unanswered points, 1 point away from victory. So the other teams here in the quarterfinals in the CPL, Polar Bears with Oliver Lang and Ryan Greenspan and some young Russian talent of their own. and then the Tauntauns and Edmonton Impact. So it's pretty crazy that the Tauntauns and Impact have to play each other in the quarterfinals.
Look, you can only blame me for that one. I pulled that ball out of the net. I could have pulled GI Houston Heat. I could have pulled, and I'm sure if I would have pulled Syndicate, everybody would have said this is, set up, because that would have been the easy option for Tauntauns to have. But I talked to them afterwards, after the draw, and they said to me, Maurice, we're happy with this. Why? Because we beat them, and I'm sure we're going to beat them because they're pumped as hell. They're going to say, if we beat them, then at least we know that we are the real champions, and not because we sided them around them. So that's honest. I mean,
yeah, no, and I mean, it couldn't get any harder. The road to the finals is going to be very difficult for all these teams because the Tauntauns and Impact ranked first and second. Obviously, Impact tied with Houston Heat for second heading into this event. All three of those teams having won a Millennium Series event this year. So yeah, the road's going to be very hard. But that is a very good point, and that's the best way to look at it. If you're in that situation, if you're either Impact or the Tauntauns, it's got to be like, okay, well, hey, looks like referee
Jabba showing off his remote control. His remote control for the scoreboard.
Yeah, but so the situation is that, yeah, absolutely. Hey, man, you got to beat the best to be the best. Yeah. And if you have to play Impact now or in the finals, yeah, it'd be a lot easier to play a team that's not ranked as high, because then you have a better chance to get to the finals. Then you can say, even if you lost, hey, at least we made it to the finals. But if either Tauntauns beats Impact or Impact beats Tauntauns, regardless of what happens in these other games, you have to give that team the advantage heading into the later divisions, into the semifinals, and then potentially the finals.
That's true. But that's why I'm happy that it's gone out this way, in a way.
So this could be the last point if Russia wins it, or is Norway going to tie it up? About to find out. Off the breakout, streaking out wide on both sides of the field here for Russia, and you're looking at Norway on your screen. They made it out wide on the snake side, and here comes the push towards the snake side. He's clean.
And into Dorito 1. Oh, and that didn't work. So that was a small sidestep from the Russian player. That's been playing so outstandingly far at the moment. But and also the other one. So that's both of the star players, and Alexei and Bogdan are the ones that actually dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah, dying early out of their spots,
Oops.
and I think we might see a penalty. Yes, 1-for-1 penalty. So the two stars for Russia die early, and then a penalty assessed on the back corner bunker. And here we go. We got ourselves a tie game as Norway going to hit that buzzer. It's going to be 3-3 with just under 4 minutes to go.
Somebody, an old friend of mine would say, ladies and gentlemen, we got each other a game.
Yeah, and again, I thought Norway was going to run away with this one. And then we thought Russia was going to look like Russia had stepped up, but we couldn't ask for a better matchup here in the finals of the Nations Cup. And again, if you're just tuning in, all of these players you see on this field are either age 19 or younger. So that's pretty awesome that both Norway and Russia as countries, depending on how these players develop, that the best teams out of those countries are going to be able to draw upon the talent. And again, looking at some of the names that are on the Russia squad here, the best team from their country, Moscow Red Legion, already doing that. A lot of these guys coming out of that system. So this one's tough to pick.
Well, and that's something really cool when we're talking about Loic, and the Tauntauns is that Loic's going to try to do the same setup for France, because France had a lot of feeder teams. So now he's trying to structure it, which is also a good thing, and that's why he's stepping down from the Tauntauns, as he explained to you.
And it makes a lot of sense. It's sad to see him go. We've been talking about that all weekend because it is sad. I just found out about that at the last event when the Tauntauns had come. Tauntauns have been playing with Moscow Red Legion in the States in the NXL and PSP before that, and really had earned everyone's respect. Coming over, playing against the best players in the world consistently for the past couple seasons, first as the Tauntauns, and didn't do as well as they wanted to over there. And Moscow Red Legion hasn't done as well as they wanted to, but consistently getting better. And then over here in Europe, when the Tauntauns came back together to play, as their core, as their team, winning tournaments, and it's just been impressive. So to see him have to step away, but knowing that France has done very well with the younger guys in these Nation Cups as well. They did good this year, and they almost made it into the semifinals, but they took fifth.
They took fifth, and actually what they wanted was, of course, since they won the three other cups, they won the Masters Cup, the over 40, they won the Ladies Cup, and they won the Men's Cup. So the only one they needed to get all the four was this one, which they're not getting. So no country will ever win four, probably.
Wow, that's
amazing.
Pretty awesome.
I know. So they're having an amazing year, the French.
So on the breakout, this is it, the deciding point. As we we see action over here on the D side of the field and the lineup for Norway. Norway, one of their players getting checked out by the referee. He gets pulled out. So advantage first goes to Russia as they're pushing up on the D side, and a big move all the way from the back center out to the back bunker on the D side there for Norway. Looks like he made it in clean though, but Russia has a player in snake 1. No one in the snake right now for Norway. Russia loses two bodies. And another penalty I think going to be assessed. Yeah, penalty assessed on Norway, so the door is going to open to potentially win this Nations Cup championship here for Russia. Even in this chaotic point, 2 players in the snake for them. Trying to take out the last player in the back bunker for Norway, and I think there might be, yes, there's still 1 player left alive, but it looks like Smotrov is going to make quick work of him, and he does, so congratulations. Smotrov gets the last kill, and the Nations Cup championship is going to go to Russia. What a great game.
That was chaos in the end.
They come from behind victory for Russia here.
Yeah. And we see the frustration on the faces of the Norway player as he leaves the field, strolling down, thinking to myself, what were we doing? And
what could have been, yeah.
What could have been.
And you can see when the point is assessed as a clean point from the referees, and the pit from Russia explodes with excitement, as well they should. They earned it. Like I said, come from behind victory here for Russia, as Norway started out with 2 points, and then it was 3 unanswered from Russia, and then Norway tied it up. And what not a controversial end, but with the past 2 points, penalties all over the place and early deaths, but still, it's a team game, man. And it was interesting too because Bogdan and Alexei Burtnikov, they'd done such a good job of getting their team to this point, but then Smotrov was the one that stayed alive and finished off those last 2 guys.
Yeah. So way to go to Russia. Congratulations. And I'll see them tomorrow in the award ceremony, giving them the trophy that they, of course, deserve. So, Maddie, for tomorrow, what can we expect?
Well, we can expect that first off in the quarterfinals, we're not even going to, as soon as we get out of the quarterfinals, we're pretty much going to know who's going to be the overall title winner potentially, depending on how things shake out, but it's looking that way because a lot of the top teams are playing each other in the quarterfinals. So, again, just so you can remember, here we go, Sunday starting about 9:20 in the morning. Tomorrow morning, it's going to be Breakout Spa taking on Houston Heat, and then Outrage Valence taking on Frankfurt Syndicate. ML Kings, Prague going to be taking on the Polar Bears, and then Toulouse Tauntauns and Edmonton Impact. So that is a hell of a quarterfinals matchup. It's going to be amazing.
One thing I forgot to tell you was, if ML Kings with 2 Dynasty players play against Polar Bears, who also have 2 Dynasty players,
yeah,
that
means,
means,
a good point.
I forgot to ask, I was thinking about that one thing, wait, that means Ryan and Oliver are going to be playing Kyle and Dalton. That's going to be fun to watch.
It's going to be a little bit of a grudge match for sure. So, and only one team can prevail because it's lose and go home tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we got ourselves one awesome set of matchups come at you quarterfinals here starting tomorrow morning, and then of course the afternoon's going to decide who wins this tournament, hardest tournament to win of the year for the Millennium Series. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. I'm Matty Marshall with Maurice here from the 2015 Millennium World Cup. On behalf of our entire broadcast crew, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Peace.
We all have an inner warrior. Feel your heart pumping. Savor the adrenaline rush as you face the unexpected. Will you rise a victor or fall to defeat? Paintball promos can help you get there. The rest is up to you. Unleash your inner warrior. Feel the rush. Get your passes and head to a field near you. Check out paintballpromos.com.